I'm going to go with, well, I feel a fan of the 18th, but I'm going to go with the new standard.
That's Frank forgot.
Sorry, I forgot.
You forgot his name.
You forgot his name, exactly.
What do I do with that question?
Acting Deputy Director at Bureau, and mine will be the household attorney.
Christy Howe, DD Program Manager, Family Ties.
I just gave her a thumbs up on that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I remember taping on a VHS tape the finale.
Yes.
Sally Nunes, DE Area Manager. I really like
Lindsay McKinney, Training Manager, Rugrats.
Oh my
We know who the young people are now.
I was already feeling that. Orville Sharp, DE Area Manager. I would say Family Matters.
Good morning, Rich Chance, Chief Legal Counsel. Maybe not a I'll give you two. It's probably not a classic, but Fresh Prince of Bel Air. And then if I want to go classic, what I think we're referring to is probably Matlock. That might be a big, not a big surprise. You know?
There you go.
The about Shackelford, I got several. Gilligan's Island.
Morning, Chris Johnson, Dayton operator, and my favorite show would probably be Lassie.
Christopher Sabin, OVRC Secretary. I guess mine would be Andy Griffiths.
Makes me want to start whistling, Chris.
Dean, it's you.
Dean Hamilton, Akron Canton representative. I'll go with Friends.
Reading Hamilton, I'll go with Friends too.
Dave Vergasa, Cincinnati alternate, and sci-fi Battlestar Galactica.
Sheila Howard, Dayton. I'm gonna go any CBS soap. Got you like?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Melissa Strait, Columbus, and Golden Girls.
What's this for, Chris?
Oh, I was just looking for my glasses. I think I put my equipment. I already put it back there.
John McNamara, Cleveland Red. I'm gonna go with Benny Hill.
Oh, okay.
I was
You're ever
just chasing the
Toledo alternate, and I'm gonna say Rockford Files.
General Birth Folder, Open Key Road.
All right. Skip the meeting to watch TV. Okay, everyone on the,
Ellen Seth's here.
oh, Seth?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your favorite TV show as a kid that you just had to watch?
Baptist Minister Father. I didn't watch TV.
Okay. All right, who's, maybe, we can run down who's on the,
I can.
Sally or Lindsay or?
So we have John Canady, Kelsey Burrier, Catherine Jacoby, Anya Koo, Michelle Kazar, Anne Marie Mosley, Jeffrey Pilecki, Scott Shepard, and Julie Russell, John Hill, Tom Hocott, Mo Youssef, and Sabrina Hawkins.
Okay, welcome everyone. All right, so, the minutes came out from the last meeting. Were there any, corrections? Thoughts on those? Well, then, without objection, we can pass those. Any discussion on the motions and responses?
Madam Chair,
Yes, right.
I have a question. if I remember correctly, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the two motions, two of them, they weren't rejected, but they weren't accepted either. At least that's the way I read them.
Correct, for the
Yeah,
DSDC
correct.
thing. Yep. I did, do I have them on here? No. Chris, you want to give an update on that, I guess, the DSDC?
That was actually the building, I don't have it right here in front of me, but it was building 20.
Fred.
So for the DSCC,
The motions that were made.
There was the motions that were made at the February
And,
meeting.
we have a signed amendment for the DSCC, the new space.
Memorializing that.
Yep, yep, and we're still working with them on a new permit, but everything that were there, like Mark Woods and now, Mark Casimir. Sorry,
Scott Allen.
Scott Allen, like we memorialized, like the addendum, they've been doing addendums. Well, I know for the Casimir and for, Debbie Garrett.
Okay. Does that answer your?
That was my understanding, is that was being addressed, but,
As for the floor, Chris, if you.
I was trying to figure out if it was accepted or not.
Well, I think it's, because they got an addendum signed and memorialized, and that's pretty much what we were hoping for. Any other thoughts on the motion? Okay, public comment. I have not heard from anybody, so is there anyone who would like to take public comment? Is that you, John?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have an issue I'd like to clarify. It has to do with selections. We had a selection this week for Youngstown State and also LCC up in Cleveland. The issue is we have two brand new people that were just licensed in November. One of them attended the statewide last year in May, before he went through training, before he was licensed. In Akron, they gave him points for attending the statewide. In Cleveland, we did not give him points because he was not a part of the program at that time. He just went to the statewide as an observer. And I need to know which way are we going to do this? Because it didn't end up making a difference because somebody else won Youngstown. But if it would have been just those two, the guy would have got points for attending a statewide 6 months before he was even licensed, before he did any training. What's your opinions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think that he needs to be licensed. You should not be getting points before you're a licensed operator. I think that's the way we should, I think that's the way it's been done, as far as I know of.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Christie, you're probably gonna say the same thing that Frank was about to say.
This has come up before,
Yes.
and when we changed it from, it used to be with statewide, it was under the umbrella of upward mobility, and then in the last rule package, it was a participation and it was separated. And this has come up, and it was questioned before, and I believe the committee did actively participate on that, because I brought it to the committee, on how we handled it. And at the time, they're like, no, they should get points for that, even if they're not licensed. The rules specifically say that for upward mobility, you have to be a licensee. It's silent on this issue. I agree, John, I think it needs to be consistent throughout, and we need to come up with it either counts or not. Now, and I understand too where you gotta treat people the same and equally on this issue. And if you've got someone that might be in the training and like 1 month away from being licensed versus someone who went and it's a year, I still think we've got to draw a line in the sand on how we're handling it. Are we allowing credit for everyone, even if they're not licensed, or no?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Yvette.
Do we have anything from that meeting that Chrissy is saying that you all, because I would like to see it, because in the past, this is the first I've heard of you, we're doing it that way. And that's an issue with our selections, with selections being done differently all over each selection. That's an issue. And I think if that is the case, and if OVRC allow, I would like to go back in our archives and see, where did you all do that? To make sure, because that's the problem.
We can find that. In fact, I remember came up, Seth, you may remember when it was, because I think the big discussion actually was around your bidding on something. You had attended a statewide, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Yes, my contention was I attended the statewide, and I went through this during COVID, where it was just, I was a year in training, almost a year in training. Doing it, when it came out, it was taking so long because of all the COVID issues that I requested, because I had been through training and I was waiting for grades and things like that, and I had attended the statewide, that I should get those. I guess my contention would be, if the BE program issues attendance for statewide, then we should count it.
Agree. I think if someone attends, since we split it up from the upward mobilities. Upward mobilities, absolutely, Christie's right, you have to be licensed in order to get an upward mobility. But statewide, I
Madam Chair.
thought we had settled it, yes.
Nothing should supersede our statewide. And statewide was always 2 points and 1 point for any upward mobility you
Yes.
attend. So how is it that you get points for attending a statewide and you're not even a licensed operator?
You don't even have an operator number.
It doesn't even make any sense. You're not even under a BOA. You're not under anything. So how is it that we're giving points for someone who is actually, it's a potential operator, but not even an operator? We're not making, that don't even make mathematical sense.
Well,
Madam
they don't get it. Go ahead, Christie.
I found it.
Okay, you found it. Wow. Good for you, Christie.
Seth helped with the timeline.
That's what I was.
May 20, 2022, motion, Frank Tomio. If a trainee attends statewide in the last 12 months, they would receive statewide participation. Trainee, it says trainee. Motion passes unanimously. And then we didn't really accept it though. The Bureau cannot accept this recommendation. The committee's intention to provide clarity to this topic conflicts with OAC 3304-121-03G10, which reads, applicant attends at least one entire statewide conference in the last 24 months, add 2 points.
That was the month.
So
Hold
what-
on a second.
I don't quite even understand.
I'm thinking you turned it down because the motion said 12 and the rule says 24. John?
I was not on the committee when that was discussed. I did not know that we already had voted on it. So if you want to get, I don't care either way, I just want to do it consistent.
Right.
So so if they attend a statewide, even if they aren't licensed, you want to give them points, is what I'm saying.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Frank.
One thing I will say is if someone's going through training and they take the time, the energy, and the effort to go to come to or attend the statewide conference, I do believe it's an investment in their future and that they're making a statement that they are serious about being in this program and going to work in this program.
Madam Chair?
Yes, you're right.
I can agree with it, that it's good for, when I first got into this program, you all know, Julie, that used to do the training, Julie Post, she brought us all to the state so we can have the experience of knowing and seeing what the program was about. That's a good thing, that benefits us. I don't think that if, in the key word of what Chrissy said is an operator, you're talking about potential, yes, potential people, not folks that have actually passed the license and got their license or anything. So I think we're opening up a Pandora's box on this, by going this route. You know, we really are setting ourselves up, as we see. Now we have this question before us right now, what John McNamara is saying. We're opening up a Pandora's box as far as our selections. We already have enough issues. We're adding more to them.
Would anyone like to make any motions or anything to?
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
just to, I'll make a motion that to receive points, you must be a licensed operator.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Any points?
At the time of the qualifying event.
Right.
any more discussion?
So to receive points at the time of a qualifying event, the operator must be a licensed operator. And who seconded?
Yvette?
Yvette, okay.
Okay, we will, do the, vote on this, or is there more discussion? Okay, we'll do the vote. John?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Seth?
No.
Dean?
Yes.
Yvette?
Yes.
Frank?
No.
And I would say no, but it passes 4-3. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Okay, that takes us into the Wright-Patterson settlement agreement.
Madam Chair, Rick Chance.
Yes, Rick.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here today to discuss Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's been a long time coming. If I may, I'll go through kind of the history and what we're looking at for this particular settlement agreement that we're bringing to the committee pursuant to our obligations to actively participate in settlements that we are considering entering into. So if you recall back in March of 2023, we filed an arbitration complaint against Wright-Patterson Air Force Base on two issues. The first issue being that they were still seeking utility reimbursements for our vending services, which included, I think, electricity and water. They had certain rates within their permit that they were required to pay. And in light of the Sixth Circuit appellate court decision, as well as an administrative hearing decision here in BE, we did not believe we had the legal ability, even if we wanted to continue to reimburse them for utilities. The second issue, which kind of grew organically from the process of, hey, what's going on at Wright-Pat, is that we also were aware that they had some APIS machines there, and they weren't presenting those vending opportunities to us first. So with that, those were the two issues that are within our arbitration complaints. We are scheduled for arbitration hearing on Tuesday.
Okay.
So
9:19
as it
a.m. and
typically
5
goes with
seconds.
litigation, when it comes down to it, to deadlines, particularly when hearings arrive, things typically get done faster at a quicker pace. And so here we are. So we yesterday got to a settlement where I think we were comfortable considering it. As such, we provided it to the reps and alternates through their legal counsel, Michelle Pizarro. This settlement agreement, Wright-Pat is agreeing to not seek reimbursements for utilities, dating back to the date that we noticed them that we would not be paying reimbursements. So that's all the way back to March 30th of 2022. That date is provided for within the settlement agreement. Throughout the course of our discussions with them, Business Enterprise Program also went out to numerous locations, buildings on Wright-Pat's Air Force Base, in which those are listed in Appendix 1 of this settlement, which adds 36 additional vending facility or vending machines, as well as 2 micro markets, I believe. Christy, correct me if I'm wrong. To what we're doing already. All right. Air Force would be agreeing to remove 37 vending machines and one unmanned micro market that are currently being operated by APIS. So these are additional vending opportunities for licensed line vendors. We also have in here a somewhat strict time frame in which to update the permit, which in my experience, just in my opinion, getting permits done with basis takes some time. So the fact that we have a timeline in here is a great thing. I think we also have a time frame in which to get those machines in there with a clear directive and duty for Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to remove the APIS machines from their property in order for us to put ours in there, understanding that I think, I don't want to speak too much for VE here, but there is some spinning up type time period that we will need to get the machines necessary for those additional vending sites, get them loaded, everything like that. So all that's accounted for in the settlement. This settlement should also not preclude us should we pursue other vending sites where APIS is at, other, with them, they should be presenting those opportunities to us. If not, this settlement should not preclude us from taking additional measures to ensure that those opportunities are being presented to us as something that we have the right to operate.
Is there still going to be APIS or APIS machines left on Wright-Patterson? Is there some areas or some locations there that our program is deemed, that they just wouldn't be, that they wouldn't fit, wouldn't be a good fit for the business enterprise program, or is this pretty much getting rid of all?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Frank, great question. Yes, so the Appendix 1 does include certain buildings that I believe our business enterprise program in conjunction with the local selection panel have waived as something that we do not want. Those, and I could be specific, Frank, as well, Madam Chair. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buildings, unique buildings. Those locations were waived.
Madam Chair.
I heard two.
Seth first.
Okay, Seth.
Yeah, do you have a date on when these were waived?
I'm sorry, Seth?
Do you have a date when these were waived? Were they waived 25 years ago?
Christy?
Madam Chair, Scott Shepard went and toured every single place and did site assessments and worked with Keith and Yvette. And again, a lot of these are like a hangar with 3 employees. Like, they did look at all of these sites. And so he went and reported back and worked like we're supposed to do this. And that's how we came up with it.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I was next.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave, I apologize.
Okay, so number 5, and this potential thing that both parties are agreeing to. The language reads, OOD agrees to place OOD vending machines and unmanned micro markets at the former AP's locations as identified in Appendix 1 within 30 days of the removal of the corresponding AP's machines, or within an otherwise agreed to time period. If OOD is unable to place the machines within the time period, it can obtain an extension by notifying the Air Force prior to the expiry of the time period. If OOD fails to replace AP's machines by the specified time and fails to provide timely notice for extension, such failure may be considered a waiver of the vending opportunity, and AP's machines may be placed back at the vacant location. I can't believe OOD or legal would agree to language like that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So we're gonna have everything set up before we inform them to remove the AP's machines. It's not like they're gonna remove the AP's machines tomorrow and we have the time the clock starts then. It's going to be coordinated with them. We also don't want the participants there don't have service. Like, that's not the purpose either. So I'm comfortable that once we coordinate with them, this is not going to be an issue because, again, it's going to be very organized on how we transition.
Madam Chair, our priority cannot be pushed aside like that.
Madam Chair, yes, I did, Keith and I did discuss some of the other buildings that, as Christie spoke on, and they didn't seem to have generate the population that it was feasible to put machines in there and it even make a difference. So, you know, that's where we were. We did go over those other options.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One question I have is what if, and it is a what if question, and those are sometimes hard to answer, but what if that building population changes, you know, from like 3 people to 500 or 1,000 or something like that? Does that still preclude us from reassessing or that site or that building?
I could take that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Rick, you wanna?
Yeah, so, in the building at that point is materially changing.
Okay.
So if that were to occur, that's a reassessment.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So number 9 of this agreement reads OE acknowledgement of responsibility for vending equipment. To the extent that blind persons are permitted to operate vending at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base pursuant to the Randolph-Shepard Act, the vending equipment operated by the blind person will be the sole responsibility of OOD, which will include repair and maintenance, filling and restocking of the machines, record keeping, health code compliance, and customer complaint resolution. So OOD is filling the machines and everything, or is that just written misleadingly?
Madam Chair?
Yes, good.
So the permit, I think this speaks to, and Dave, this speaks to the permit in which there would, you know, pursuant through the BOA, the operator responsible to carry out those duties listed in the permit. This will be memorialized within the permit.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And then it probably should say that.
Yeah.
The BOA and not make it seem like, oh, OOD is filling the machines. Because clearly the operators are doing the record keeping and all that stuff. So I agree with Dave on that.
Rick, is that typical language? I know when it says OOD, it means OOD or anyone that works with OOD. I'm not sure though, it's been a while since I've read a Bureau Grantor agreement. Yeah, even though they're not physically doing the work, OOD is still responsible to make sure that it is done.
Right.
Under, you know, by putting an operator there to do it. But it is kind of, I'm not sure if that's typical language or not.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
According to the appendix, APHES is leaving one micro market and apparently some APHES machines. And the appendix says OOD waived unmanned and machines. It doesn't look like there's any machines there, but there is one micro market. Why are we leaving an APHES micro market on there?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It's my understanding, and Yvette, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know Scott's on here, because that building's slated to close.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Seth. Sorry.
What if it doesn't close?
Madam Chair, can we ask Scott Shepherd to speak on that?
We can. You there, Scott? Gotta get unmuted.
How about now?
There he is.
Building 16 is scheduled to be torn down in 3 to 4 years. They'd asked me to assess possibly doing an open food stand, which we delayed there in a total rebuild. But this is what they'll do. They'll want us to put stuff in and join the building and be torn down 3 years. It's not their nickels. So knowing that that building's not gonna be around, it's gonna be rebuilt, we waived the existing micro market within there, what local committee did.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
So we waived So there's 11 buildings that we waived. One of them must still have one machine, and there's another building that has another machine. But these buildings are, the square footages, and so we are waiving a lot of substantial amount of square footage. I don't know if there's reasons why there's nothing in there. If there's nothing in there, I don't know why we'd be waiving it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Because it was on the list of sites, and we had to make determination what was a suitable site, determine if an operator would be able, would it be worth our time? And we're trying to eliminate those buildings that we kind of go in, which we all, most of us have them, that is, we probably shouldn't have a machine in there in the first place. Again, if we want to go back later on and when if they, you know, depending on what's happening with the federal government, we don't know what's going to shake out. We tried to make the best decision that we could with the information that we had. And I think what all we're gaining to what we left behind, I think we're gaining more than we're losing.
And I would suggest probably the square footage is because what Christie said, they're airplane hangars, so they're probably great, big, huge
Warehouse.
spaces, but not a lot of people hovering around them.
Madam Chair, the reason that jumped out at me was a lot of these buildings are over 100,000 square feet. I mean, we're waiving a significant amount of square footage, but if everybody involved is sure what we're doing there, you know, I just, there were just things that jumped out at me as I was looking over all of this. But I definitely think some of that language should be looked at. The way it was written, it implies that OOD is going to be filling in machines. And again, I think I'm concerned about the other language that says if we don't respond in a timely manner, they can take that as a waiver. I don't think we should leave that as it's written.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Yvette.
Dave, didn't, unless I'm mistaken, didn't it say that if we had an issue, we could ask for an extension? Or
Yeah,
something?
it does. I read the exact language as it's
Yeah.
written, but it also says that if they fail to provide the machines in the specified time period, that they will take that as they may consider that a waiver and put Navy's machines back on there. That's like really, that's not good language to leave in something like that. That's leaving them a door that they can walk through if they choose.
Yeah, and I think Dave brings up a good point. I think the intent here is just to make sure that we want to be cognizant of their needs too, you know, and that's kind of why we have language in there of saying, don't pull APHIS right away while we spin up this permit, while we get our machines ready. You could leave it there, right? Because we understand you have a population you need to account for. You know, so I think this is another point, another condition term that addresses that. Is like, hey, we know what you're trying to do here, right, Pat? You know, this is a good faith thing on our end. We are going to keep this stuff moving. We're going to get these machines in there. We're going to make sure we're going to be providing the service still for your property. You know, but I think, Dave, I still think it's a good point. You know, it's somewhat one-sided. You know, it's something that we could suggest some alternate language or some language that's more of, you know, for reasons beyond OD's control, you know, in terms of obtaining equipment to operate, you know, take place of those APHIS machines, something like that, to give us a little bit more say in the extension.
Well, I mean, just extensions are fine if you need them. I'm glad they're willing to give those, but
Yeah.
but that last part, that if OED doesn't provide the machines in a time frame that's specified, they may consider that a waiver, which they couldn't do without it being in writing from us.
Well-
I think that last sentence should be either reworded completely or omitted entirely.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It is that balance. You know, it is the balance with making sure that we're good faith, getting what needs to be done, getting the equipment and starting to provide those vending services. So I hear what Dave's saying, but I think we just need to balance it with the need to provide the service.
Madam Chair.
Seth, are you?
Yes, that was me.
Okay, sorry.
The question, unfortunately, the email sent out by Ms. Kazar last night, I could not open, so
Okay.
didn't have a chance to preview this
Okay.
discussion before today. Who decides when we start going into Wright-Patterson under this?
So that's spelled out here, Seth, and I apologize, you were unable to open it yesterday.
Thank you.
So let me get to the appropriate spot here. So it's a joint agreement here. I think it's what Dave just read a few minutes ago. OD agrees to place OD vending machines in unmanned micro markets at the former APHIS locations identified in Appendix 1 within 30 days of removal of corresponding APHIS machines or within an otherwise agreed to time period. So it's whenever those APHIS machines are removed, and that is dependent on when the permit, the parties agree to complete the application and permit for establishing a vending facility on federal property in accordance with the Randolph-Shepard Act, and the Department of Air Force Instruction 34-124 within 90 days of execution of this agreement or otherwise agreed upon time period. So once that agreement's done, that's when we would feel comfortable with pursuing the getting the equipment and getting it in there, getting APHIS out.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Seth.
If OOD for some reason decides to go under 90 days, they will bring that back to the committee before agreeing to shortening that time frame. Is that correct?
Under the 90 days in which the permit would need to be executed under this agreement?
Yes, it says we have up to 90 days or an agreed upon difference. So
Yeah.
if they decide to shorten the 90 days, that will come back to the committee?
Seth, it probably wouldn't come back to the committee, to be honest with you. It'd be more of just program working with the operators there, and spinning up that equipment and everything else to get that operationalized.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, you got Frank had a.
Madam Chair, my question, and I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, because I haven't seen any communication about it. I know National Association of Blind Merchants was tackling this at a national level too. Do you know if there was any movement on that or where that stands? I'm trying to figure out how this may or may not impact that, or if it would impact it at all.
They are very interested in the outcome of this. They do have a pending lawsuit in federal court over the APHIS, not the utility portion of it, but the APHIS part of it. They will be very interested in what happens here in Ohio. The attorneys would be able to tell better the impact, but I would think it would be a favorable impact to the NABM lawsuit.
Madam Chair?
Yes, you bet.
Speaking of what Seth was saying, if you talk about the 90 days, by then we would have a signed agreement, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's what you mean by it wouldn't be necessary to bring it back?
Right.
You just go within the confines of what is agreed upon.
That's correct.
Stephen, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I usually have a big mouth, I'm sorry.
Yeah, get louder. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just clarifying what Seth was saying, the reason why it would not need to come back to the committee, because at that time, we would have a signed agreement.
Okay.
And it would just follow what the contract, or what we agreed upon. So that's all. I'm just.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, Chris.
If I, just to seek some clarification from you, sir. So what I'm understanding is that once the agreement has been signed, there's 90 days for the issuance of a permit, application and permit. And then, once that's signed, then Christie and her staff are empowered to notify APHIS that we desire that they remove their equipment to facilitate our installation. And that they have 30 days once Christie gives them that notice. Is that about the correct timeline? And there's a very specific reason I'm asking, because I understand that we're pretty snug on resources to buy this equipment right now. And so I'm guessing we need to get into federal fiscal year 26 in order to have the necessary funds for equipment procurement. So it seems to me like we've got kind of at least right now, about 120 days of time to work on this so that on or about October 1st, we will have what we call new money in order to buy the necessary equipment. Because this is something upwards of $100,000 in program funds for this equipment, I would think, with the micro market involved.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris.
Excellent questions, Chris. And we've got some funds. But yes, 37 machines, and then what's not in a part of this agreement, like the post office, and I think Sheila's going to temp it, is we're looking at putting 3 micro markets in there too, total. So 3 micro markets and 36, 37 machines, that is a significant investment. And so we just have to plan accordingly. And that also might be, we've got some existing machines at Schaefer that are not
many, I can tell you, I've been asking.
I went there yesterday.
Okay, maybe they're all reserved at this point.
And I'm working with staff on that too, like things that are on hold for a year that we've got to work on that. So it might not be all brand new machines. And we're going to make this work. And I think that this is a great opportunity. I think that this is I think it's a great opportunity.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
And Chris, to clarify, so it's not a strict 120-day time frame. Okay, so the permit needs to be done. So, right, so we've got 90 days to do that. And then there's a paragraph, number 4 here. When OOD notifies the Air Force that 1 or more vending machines or unmanned micro markets are ready to be placed at a particular building, the Air Force agrees to remove the corresponding APHIS machines in that building within 2 weeks of such notification. So we are, and I think that hopefully may address some of the concern here too about spinning it up, making sure we have all the equipment, is that we are in control of starting that process after however long it takes. And Seth, I apologize, this may have been a better answer to your question as well. We drive that vehicle to start the process of getting those machines in there.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So just so I'm clear on this, we tell them we're ready to place machines. They have 14 days to remove. We have 30 days from the date of removal, not the date of notification. Is that correct?
So let me just read this again, because nothing better than the law or settlement language itself, right? So when OOD notifies the Air Force that 1 or more vending machines or unmanned micro markets are ready to be placed in a particular building, the Air Force agrees to remove the corresponding APHIS machine building, yes, within 2 weeks, 14 days, right, of such notification.
And just then our 30 days starts when they remove, not when we notify.
OOD agrees to place OOD vending machines and unmanned micro markets at the former APHIS locations as identified in Appendix 1 within 30 days of the removal of corresponding APHIS machines or within otherwise agreed to time period.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Dave.
if we're looking to put 3 micro markets in, there's only 2 listed on the appendix. Where is the 3rd one?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the 3rd one has already been in the works, and it wasn't part of, like, APHIS wasn't there, it's brand new. It's brand new. It's in Sheila's building. Brand new, so it doesn't have anything to do with this settlement agreement.
So is there some facility there?
So, any other thoughts on this, or would anyone like to move?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chance, you're the attorney, correct?
I am the attorney for OOD. Yeah.
Okay, so my question is it better for us to put into the settlement the time frame issues? Because or is that something that would be better to be put into the permit about our time frame? Because obviously we got to come to the committee every time we want to make a facility, and we have to come to the committee to post a facility, and we could be, 51 days between when we know we want something and we can actually get the posting up and down.
Madam Chair, Seth.
Yes.
Good question. So I think this settlement would be referenced within the permit itself. These timeframes would become part of that permit. Does that answer your question?
No, it was more about, the timeframes were what Dave was saying about they can consider it to be waived or not, is the built-in timeframe that we have as per OAC, where we have to come to the committee now to post something, and then we have to wait 21 days for that posting to come down before we can even decide who's going in there to make the decisions needed for going into a place.
So those timeframes, well, those timeframes are already provided for within the administrative code. So that would certainly drive that process. I guess, Seth, Madam Chair, if I may. Do you? You got it? Okay.
Seth, most likely, 99% of the time, we tempt new business, especially if there's multiple operators on a base. So I don't think the time frame of posting and all of that would come into play for this, because it's new business. We're not allowed to just hand people business. We don't know the sales. If it's like, again, 37 machines is significant. That could be 2 jobs, not 1. So we would, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we would tempt that to establish sales. So we're not under the crunch of the timeline of coming here and posting and all of that initially.
Madam Chair, I'm just so, we're not, it doesn't sound like anybody's really open to changing any language, as I said, just sits, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Madam Chair?
Yes, you're good.
I'll make the motion that we do just like that last part of that language that we talked about with as far as the,
I think,
we changed the language as far as, and if this is possible, change the language as far as referencing the operators who were doing the work, referencing, can we read that last part?
Yeah, is it the one that Madam Chair, that Mr. Bugassa was referencing? Okay.
Yes.
So that's paragraph 5. I think and Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it reads, if OD fails to replace APIS machines by the specified time and fails to provide timely notice for an extension, such failure may be considered a waiver of the vending opportunity, and APIS machines may be placed back in the vacant locations.
You
Yes,
got that letter, the one.
The last sentence, Madam Chair, is what I'm talking about. The rest of it, I don't think there's a problem with, but that last part, to where they can consider that a waiver and then put APs back there against our priority, I can't believe OD or legal or anybody would agree to that.
So, Madam Chair, I think back to two questions here. You have that question that Dave just raised about, that Rick just read, but I think if that's referring to the other place where it talks about OOD is the one that will be replacing and maintaining the machines, and she's asking for the clarification. So we have 2 things here on the table.
So I think on that point, Madam Chair, I apologize.
Yeah, that was number 9. Oh, I'm sorry.
There could be language that I could suggest that reads like OD buy-in through a licensed blind operator, something like that, to tie it back to that BOA.
Yes.
Okay. That's something.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Sorry
that's
for being out of order.
to ask.
Do we need a motion on that and that, or I think Rick just said?
Would like to have a motion on, whether they accept the settlement agreement or if there are suggested amendments.
Was there another change, Vernon? Sorry.
There's 2. I think we're looking at paragraph 5 and paragraph 9, right, Rick?
Yes, right.
Yeah,
Correct.
so there's 2 places.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do agree with Dave on that, just that last part, as far as they consider it a waiver in case there is an issue. But I think that the part as far as my motion is for the language be changed or amended to reflect back to through the Bureau Operator Agreement, that the operators performing the work.
So that's paragraph 9.
Okay, so we probably gotta clean, I know you're trying to get a motion out.
I
there.
know, help me out, help me out in that.
So it would be to, Madam Chair, so it would be to reflect that the work would be done by the operators performing the work at WPFB, is that the case?
Via your operator agreement.
Yeah.
And BOA.
So your motion is to accept the settlement agreement
Yes.
with that suggested amendment, which they can, and what will happen then if that passes, Rick, if the Bureau agrees with it, we'll take that back to them, but they may or may not, I can't imagine they'd have any angst over through a BOA type language. That doesn't seem like anything they would care about. The other one they might care a little bit about, I don't know, the waiver part.
Madam Chair, may I offer a
Yeah.
forward solution, a
Yes.
potential solution?
Chris, go ahead.
It's Rich, right?
Rick.
Rick, that's right. Rick, would it be simple enough to just insert the language OOD and/or its licensed operator?
Madam Chair, I have it noted here. There's something very similar Chris did. We're talking about paragraph 9 still.
Okay, I don't have that.
So I'll just read it from the beginning. The title of paragraph, the term in paragraph 9 is OD's acknowledgement of the responsibility for vending equipment. So I'll let you know when I get to the point that is a suggestion based on Chris, what you're saying. To the extent that blind operators are permitted to operate vending at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base pursuant to the Randolph-Shepard Act, vending equipment operated by blind persons will be the sole responsibility of the OD by and through its agreement with a licensed blind operator, which will include maintenance, repair, filling, restocking machines, etc. I'm sorry. So by and through, I said I would notify you when I get to it. So by and through.
That makes sense to me.
Yep.
And because, since you say sole responsibility, that acknowledges that ultimately OOD is responsible for contract compliance, but they do that vis-à-vis their blind operators.
And that's what we guys do.
So a motion would say something along the lines of move to accept the settlement agreement with the following suggested amendments. And in paragraph 5, removal of the deemed a waiver language at the end of the paragraph. And paragraph 9 to reflect changes, to reflect language through a Bureau operator agreement.
To
That sound?
reflect, and Madam Chair, reflect language through
A
Bureau Operator Agreement, okay.
Does that sound good, Yvette? I know you were.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
yes, and thank you for, yes.
Okay, so
But I think we should accept the.
you think we should accept it with those
Yes.
two suggested
Yes.
amendments?
Yes,
Okay, so that's your motion.
yes, Madam
All
Chair.
right, is there a
Thank you.
second?
Yes.
Okay, Frank seconds.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
sir.
just have a question for all voting members of the committee. As I've admitted, I couldn't open the email, so I haven't had a chance to read the thing. So did every other voting member have a chance to read this before 13 hours after we get it voting on it? No. And should we? Should we vote on something that some of us haven't even had the chance to read?
Right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That is actually an issue that we're just going to be coming up here through the committee here shortly. It's something we're talking about, but as far as this settlement here, Seth, I am comfortable with voting on, but I do agree that moving forward, we do need to make changes.
Any other
Well, Madam Chair,
comment? Yes.
I would agree with that. I don't think there should be a vote on something by voting members if they have not had a chance to read it. I do not think that's good representation. I understand that everybody's probably put a lot of work in this. And honestly, to get a settlement agreement, I'm not even opposed to having one. I think it would be great if there's one in place, but just on principle, we should not be voting on something that everyone has not had a chance to review. And one more, just for myself, one more nitpicky thing about language. I don't like that we incessantly refer to in agreements or PGAs or any of that we incessantly refer to everyone as blind persons. Why can't we be licensed operators? Maybe not everybody may object to that, but I just think that puts a label on everyone that maybe not everyone would, have some people may have a contingent with that. I think just professionally, it would be better to refer to us as licensed operators.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Yvette.
Dave, I am blind, totally blind, but I do agree with you on some of the language that's in our contracts, because it also makes, some of it demeans us as our value of what we are doing as independent business owners or something like that. But again, for this particular, and I'm just speaking to this particular contract and settlement, for how long we have tried to get to this point, I think it's important that the committee, we move forward with the vote to allow this settlement and arbitration to move forward. In the future, I do agree with you. We do need to have more information coming to the table as far as what we're voting on and stuff like that.
Anything else? And we will go for the vote. Frank?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Seth?
Haven't read it, so no.
Dean?
I haven't read it either, so I guess, what's the term, abstain?
Abstain?
Yes.
Yvette?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Did I miss someone? No, okay.
I just said 511.
Yes. Okay,
So Yvette was a yes, and that is also a yes?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All were yeses except for Seth was a no.
Seth
and
was a no, and Dean was abstention, okay. That's what I thought, just making sure, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Then at
Oh, thank you. Just
some
my-
point, when all this gets situated and settled, I think and the local folks in the committee will have to determine how we're gonna tempt these and get it all figured out. and,
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just, I realize it passed, but are we gonna get another chance to review once the language is revised? We won't have to vote on it again probably because it was already accepted, but we should get to review it again once the language is revised.
Rick, can you send out if there are amended changes? If those are accepted or any other amendments, obviously. Can you send that back to the committee?
Madam Chair, so, if changes are accepted or whatever the permit looks in its final state, that is certainly something that could be provided to everybody.
Okay. And I know that there was a confidentiality request, but we've just discussed this in a pretty public meeting. Is this shareable yet, or, some of our other operators may be interested in this, and obviously, like Frank referred to, there's some national interest in it.
Madam Chair.
Dave?
I thought the confidentiality request was absurd. There's no way to enforce confidentiality here.
No.
It's a very public agreement between very public
And
entities.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, I would have to agree with David on that. As secretary, I'm going to have to post this in the minutes, even confidentiality agreement aside, we're voting on this to accept this agreement. And that has to be reflected as secretary, so I have to speak up on this.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, so we have an arbitration scheduled for Tuesday. So again, we have Monday for this to be ironed out and accepted, otherwise we're going to arbitration on Tuesday. And while it is a public meeting, and yes, Chris, I know you're gonna have to do the notes, I'm pretty sure they won't be ready by Monday. You know, I think that we would just, because it's in the legal realm, wait until we don't know if this is going to be finally accepted. And so I think that that's the key, but correct me if I'm wrong, Rick.
Madam Chair, yeah, I believe that's accurate. You know,
Okay.
it's just, we don't know if they're going to accept our changes, or, you know,
Right.
if there's something they want to change themselves, in which we say, you know, I go back and say, I'm not comfortable with that. You know, so the you know, the issues that Christie raised are valid, given that there's still a arbitration hearing date out there.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
how, if we don't even know if it's been accepted by them yet, why are we voting on this? It seems like we're putting the cart before the
That's what I'm
horse.
wondering.
If we come up with a solution we're happy with, and we still have to go back to them to find out if they're willing to accept it or not, it may require another vote. What if they make substantive changes that we need to vote on?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Dave, I believe that they said if this doesn't get, if we don't have settled, arbitration's Tuesday. So we won't get a chance to be, it's gonna go to arbitration. And that's why I felt it was important for us to go ahead. And the changes that we're asking, even though it's important to us, is actually minimal compared to the scope of what we are taking over and what we are being able to have access to, which we haven't been able to do in the past. So I think that we need not to get too nitpicky over some details. I'm hoping that Rick can go back to the table but this is a settlement that they agreed upon to this point, right?
Right, this is a point where we got it, where both sides were willing to consider.
Well,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, did I hear that wrong? I'm sorry, Seth.
No, go ahead.
Did I hear that wrong, though? Or they're gonna leave the confidentiality part in because we gotta get this done before Tuesday?
That's not part of the agreement. They just asked, from what I
Oh, okay,
understand.
okay.
They just asked that it not be
I thought
public.
I thought I heard, that's how I heard it. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I guess my statement to what Yvette was just talking about, if APHIS, Air Force, whatever we're calling them, has agreed to everything that we asked for in arbitration, they obviously know they're going to lose arbitration, so why are we worried about signing a deal for them to concede everything that we asked for?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Right.
But why would we want to go to arbitration when we can resolve the issue prior to? And it because it can get messy. And once you go to arbitration, and very expensive for the program and all parties involved. One who has temped and been on this base and know the impact that APHIS has had on pre-operators and stuff who've had this is a great agreement. This is the best to be hoped. Hopefully we could have did something like that at DSCC. But I think that we're getting in the weeds and we should not.
Madam Chair.
What, real quick, Seth?
Well, I just have to say I disagree with 13 hours notice on a settlement, and then told that we only have Monday to even talk about it with them before we have to go to arbitration. It just seems shady.
Yeah.
It just seems shoved down our throats at the last second, and it's.
Madam Chair.
Frank?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was going to say, we do need to work with our AG representative, and I don't know when this information was sent to her, and see if we can't, however that works, see if we can't get that to be, it has to be moved to a more timely manner. Getting it the night before doesn't give everybody a chance to actually review the information. So we need to work on that, see what we can do to get that timeline fixed.
Madam Chair. Seth, I do agree with you as far as us needing to have information in front of us prior to us making the vote and all that. But in this instance, this settlement and this situation with Right Pat, we've been discussing it in OVRC since I've been on OVRC and for a long time. And we finally got to a settlement agreement with both sides. And we're asking that a few changes that we don't want to make a big deal of, but we would like to, in the wording and language. I just feel like we need to move forward and accept this, excuse the pun, but don't look a gift horse in the mouth. We need to move forward.
And we did pass it, it's done, so if there's nothing else, like I said, when time will come before we'll have to figure out when we're gonna get things installed and who's gonna do them and all that, but that's, this is exciting. It's a good thing. And I think the time thing was just unfortunate. I don't believe this happened until yesterday.
Exactly.
So I think that was just how it worked out time-wise. Okay. ODOT agreement.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I sent out the ODOT DGA and I sent it to OVRC and to the rest area operators. The only change that they have suggested is that the secondary rest area storage is not, is eliminated from that. And so the history is that we never had storage at the secondaries. And then when they built these buildings that now were having machines in there, initially, I think storage was built in. I don't think we've used any storage to my knowledge. I only got feedback so far from one operator, Jeff Toll, who again, read the whole thing. And he just wants to know, and I haven't even talked to Rick about this, but valid point. It talks in the BGA about the wood flush locations. That was his, and I think, Dwayne, you had one where it was a wood structure, and now they're no longer in existence because they've moved them inside. And so that's no longer a valid definition or part in that. But he thought the rest of it all looked good to him. I have not heard from any other operator or committee member, but again, I think that at this point, they're fine with it. The only change was the storage in just the secondaries.
I'm gonna ask Dwayne, I'm gonna throw you on the spot, Dwayne, because you're here. That storage at those locations, is it a deal breaker or is it a?
You're talking
At the secondaries.
The newer restrooms?
Yes, the new ones that they
I think
redid.
it's kind of almost comical, they want to take that clause out of that agreement when they designed these rest areas and they built them, and they did not even build the storage in.
Oh, okay.
So we have no storage in the rest areas. And, you know, I guess for the record, furthermore, the space that they promised that we were going to have for our machines is actually about 8 inches short of what they said they were going to give us, which is kind of creating a problem of enough space for the machines in it. So I'm not in a real big agreement of taking that language out of there, but they're kind of in breach of that agreement anyways, from what I see. So that's my opinion, I guess.
Sounds like it got in there and it was an you know, we didn't give them the storage, so we gotta take it out. Yvette.
Madam Chair, I think there's an issue anytime we talk about taking storage away from our facilities, and then ODOT gets to do less and less, you know? They minimize how many machines we can have in these locations, and we gave that up and all that. I don't think that storage is important, at least being able to store something at my facility. facility, and it's not even a secondary, I don't have any storage. So we had to put in storage cabinets, and I don't think some of these newer buildings would even, have the space for that kind of stuff. So I think that I would have a problem with it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when I read that, Christie, I was not clear, are they eliminating, or they're saying they're not going to provide storage, or if they do provide storage, it's just not going to have to be climate controlled? So it was a little weird the way the wording was, I'm like, wait, what are we doing here?
So this is, Madam Chair, this is my interpretation of all of it. So these secondaries they're new. It used to be that we just had, at secondaries, we just had like an icon enclosure or what looked like a bus stop. That's all we ever had. And I think, I don't know, I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume, but I think it probably at one iteration there was plans for, and the plans of how these places were designed changed. And changed, we did have some issues with the fitting of and it went to 2 machines. That's what these have, 2 machines. So I think that, I don't think it was anything nefarious but I don't think we had storage to begin with. And I think that maybe at one time, when we were drafting this BGA before they built these buildings, that there was intent for some storage here. But then at some place, it just did not, it wasn't there. But again, these are secondary, not the primary. They have 2 machines and they're going from outside machines to inside.
Big step forward.
Well,
Madam Chair.
yes, Seth.
Correct me if I'm wrong, on federal property, when new buildings are being built, isn't it the discretion of the PSVI as to our footprint and not the contractor or the grantor? Is that federal law?
So, Madam Chair, this is under state, Minnie Randolph Shepherd. And again, the history, Seth, just so you know, they were at one point a couple of years ago asking us for hundreds of thousands of dollars for our spaces in these buildings because of they're like, you want to be in this building, can you contribute to these buildings? So us going in and saying and demanding that we need space, and I don't have the federal code right here, but I would say that, again, and I think Chris was alluding to it too, having a icon enclosure 50 yards from the bathroom compared to inside is a huge difference and a huge win, and I think we're already seeing significant sales in a positive manner. We're taking over those secondaries. I know, and that's been a champion of that. We're going to talk about it statewide. But no, to your answer, I don't think we go in there and dictate to them that they have to provide storage on any property.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Madam Chair, so the secondaries are all the listing, the ones we had on the list of ones you were, Christie, trying to get people to see who was interested in those.
Yeah, and some of them are having new buildings, some of them are not. And then you have to remember, some we peeled away a couple of years ago. I know Jeff Toll runs a couple, Dwayne, who runs, am I missing anyone? Or is that it? So we've taken over some of them, but the plan is to take over all of them. It doesn't mean that all of them will be in a nice new building, but even the ones with the outdoor machines and the icon, they make money. And then we have the ability not just to have Coke, but to have snacks as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the current ODOT has storage in the contract, correct?
For secondary, yes, in
Okay.
front, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and then they built buildings without storage. And our solution to them violating is to write a new one that just makes what they did okay, as opposed to make them do what they're required to do by their agreement.
So this agreement is up June 30th, and they are asking that this be taken out and that they cannot agree to this term in the BGA going forward. That's what they're saying.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of have maybe a solution, especially for these built rest areas. They obviously did not give us space for storage, but I think there is adequate room, in the back room where they could, give us space to put like one of these storage cabinets, convertible cabinet there, give a little bit of storage space for the operators, but I don't think it would necessarily, make them rebuild the whole thing or whatever. And there's plenty of room there to do that. But I think that as far as them wanting us to remove that clause out of the agreement, I'm not really in favor of that. I just think that the solution would be to put in that storage cabinet. All good.
Madam Chair?
Maybe you could bring that back to
I
us?
think that's a great solution. And Dwayne, you might need to, and we can talk next week exactly where that storage cabinet, where you think that it could be stored at, so I can talk intelligently when we talk back with them.
Okay, sure.
Yep. No, I think that's a great solution.
Do you have access to that room?
Yeah.
Okay. He said a back room, I was
We
picturing where the
come
caretaker.
in through that way, and it's a pretty good sized area where they would have enough room to put, like a small portable cabinet there.
Yeah, that might work. This is June, so we can approach this again at the May meeting, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, all right. See what they say. All right, Dwayne. All right, we have some facilities and sites out there that need to be posted, and some that are under temp agreements and all that, so why don't we start going through those?
Madam Chair. You want to go?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Yes, horrible.
So in the Dayton area, we have, Scott had did a site assessment for the Opata Tactical Training Center. It's off 1760 US Highway. And I ran into the guy here in Columbus, Ohio at the Rhodes Tower. He said that he came to BE many, many years ago, which we cannot find any information in our BE web, to do the vending there, but we didn't have anyone in that area who was willing to do it. So Scott did a site assessment, got with the local, and we do have someone who would be willing to do it. It's a total of 7 machines spread out amongst 3 buildings around that area. The guy that's there now is a private business. He's just cash only. The grantor, they were just like, we want credit cards. A lot of people are not using as much cash.
Right.
So my ask is that we just put this out as a site attachment opportunity instead of temping it.
Do you have a building population?
So the building population for each building is around 50 plus.
Okay.
So we got one building, let me correct myself, one building is 20 plus. We have another building that is 50 plus, and then the third building is 75.
Okay, and there's nothing currently available in the Dayton area that this would be posted, could be posted with to help support a facility? I don't believe there is, so.
Yeah, there may not be.
Meaning pending vacancy.
Yeah, pending vacancy
no.
where of a struggling facility, instead of just posting as a site attachment, that it would be beneficial to.
Madam
put with
Chair,
them.
no.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes,
is this the Opata in London?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, yes.
So Madam Chair, we should also look into Columbus area because it's not a far drive from Columbus either.
but if we put out site attachment, then people would be,
Madam Chair, too, the idea of putting it with the struggling facility, we could look at Columbus
Right.
facilities too.
well, and I'm also thinking of those Madison County rest areas.
Yeah.
That's
There
where
you go.
my thoughts are. Similar to what we did with Logan County, if we need to have stuff to put with those to keep 2 jobs out of them. I'm wondering if we should temp it, and,
Madam Chair,
yes,
if there's no credit card readers there, we don't have a general idea. As someone who's been through Opata numerous times, it is constantly different people from different areas of the state coming in for 1, 2 week, 3 week trainings. So the daily thing may say 50, but that may just be the people that are staying in the Opata dorms while they're going through week-long training. But you still have daily trainings from classes almost every day of the week there.
Madam
Why don't
Chair.
we tempt it? Yes.
No, I was just gonna say thank you for that, so. But if we're gonna tempt it, that's fine.
Everyone, committee folks?
Yeah.
Anyone?
Hey, it's just like the Dakota.
What is that? That you got, is it,
Ohio Peace Officer Training
oh,
Academy.
peace off, okay.
Very similar to the Corrections Officers Training Academy that I run.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Madam Chair, so that will be 10. My next one is Facilities 1071. It's DRC. It is temporarily being managed by one of our operators here in Columbus. So far, what we have, January of this year, gross sales $217. February, gross sales was $245. And the operator is no longer interested in temping it. We did try to call around a couple other operators in Columbus, and no one is interested in it. So the ask is to post it as a site attachment opportunity to see if anyone else will be interested in it, attaching it to their facility.
Madam Chair,
It's the
Part of the rehabilitation, correct?
Thank you.
I think,
Prison system.
yes. That side attachment sounds logical.
Okay.
What's the footprint of equipment there, please?
Madam Chair, there is one Bev Max 5800 and one USI Mercado 4000.
Your copy.
Madam Chair, who's that?
Madam Chair, Melissa Straight is currently operating this site. My apologies.
You don't want that 200
All right, Madam Chair, I have another site. This is Ohio Department of Job and Family Services off of Integrity Drive. It's temporarily being operated by Trenton. There are 2 combis in there. November 2024 sales were $40. December, $171. January reported sales of $208. But February, sales $499. And our ask is to put that out as a site attachment opportunity.
I would think, yeah. Everyone. Yeah, I know. What happened in there in February?
And also
Had a
Melissa.
party or something.
You too?
Trent. Madam Chair, one last one from me. This is Facility 1061, Ohio Army National Guard, which is being temped by Jeff Toe. There are 2 windows there, a 10 Select, and 1 USI Alpine. From October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, the gross sales were $7,934. From October 1, 2024 to present, and I want to say that was February, and gross sales were $10,000. Our ask is to put that out as a site attachment as well.
Yeah, I don't think everyone like that? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have got 2 facilities that I would like to put out for bid. The first being I-75 north and southbound Hancock County, that's in the Toledo district.
Yes, and I would like, and me and Dwayne haven't talked about this, I don't believe, maybe we did, but to do like we did before and put Owens, Finley with that.
Okay.
Because it belongs with that.
And then
Dwayne, you good with that? Everyone else good with that, posting this facility with that change? Okay.
the other facility I have open is Ohio University Athens main campus. Federal fiscal year 24, we had 89,000 in sales. I don't know why with snack and beverage on the whole campus, we aren't able to build that.
Madam Chair.
Well, hold on, John.
So I don't know if this is something we want to try temping again or put it out as a facility.
Okay, John?
I can speak on what, after running it a year and a half, they switched to that Coke contract. And Coca-Cola has been absolutely horrible. The equipment, they took almost a year to really get all the equipment in there. The equipment they put in was delivered with broken parts, machines that never got cold. The machines they put in are at least 25 years old. The snacks are 10 to 14,000 a month, but almost every single building down there has a cafeteria, a coffee shop, a bagel place, a muffin place. And the way it's spread out through town, they have 3 different food trucks that the college positions around the entire campus that sell the same chips and stuff we do. There's tons of little restaurants everywhere distributed through the whole campus. I've never seen a place with more competition, quite honestly. And Coke did us no favors with the changeover. That's why the sales are what they are.
I would love it if we could get someone to go in there and tempt this and give it some TLC. And now that the transition has taken place, but I don't know who to do this.
I don't either, and I guess that's where I need everyone's help.
Are you volunteering?
I thought about it. I did. I don't have the stamina for it, though. Yes.
The last 2.5 years has been me and Dave Patchett. I don't think you're gonna get better operators than that. I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but we had it filled.
You did.
I don't know what else you're gonna do.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Do we have any sales from you said that, Sally, you read from 2024? Do we have any current sales of what?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, from October 1st of 2024 through February 25th, February of 2025, it did 58,975.
That's from October.
Yeah.
There's something, John, you went through a lot of transitions with that, with the Coke and stuff, that's just, this is a campus like Kent State. This is a campus like Youngstown, bigger than Youngstown State, and Akron U, and all these other campuses, and it should be doing more. There's gotta be, it might be what John's saying, I don't dispute him at all, I know he was there during the Coke transition stuff, and Coke could probably get a lot of blame for this. But it'd really be nice if someone could go in there and,
Madam Chair,
yes, Chris.
I've got a little experience with this. Myself and John Canada were the original operators of record when the temporary facilities were established in 2011. And what John says, it is a challenging environment, but more importantly than that, there is no protection for the operator during the summer months when there's so little sales due to the summer break. It's not paired with anything that gives the opportunity to move product in the summertime. And so you end up with a great deal of waste because of that, because it's not, I've always thought the universities ought to be paired with rest areas because they would mirror each other in sales potential. But because of this, that situation has given rise to the fact that that's been a revolving door of operators in the last 14, 15 years. And some of those have been people who have gone on to do well elsewhere. So, I think unfortunately, it's a bit of a shredder of operator potential when you put somebody into a situation which is just not, it needs to be paired with something that can help to give the operator some protection in the summertime. And what John's describing with the Coke contract is just reprehensible. I mean, that's really the responsibility of the university because they let the contract for exclusive pouring rights with Coke. They have the responsibility to follow up and give the operator some protection for dependable equipment. But, and service of the equipment, because that should be part and parcel to their pouring rights agreement, that Coke has those responsibilities to maintain that equipment. But nonetheless, the main thing is that at $89,000 a year in volume, you don't have anything like a viable, suitable site. Especially not when it's so highly seasonal with the long break at the holidays and Christmas into the middle of January, and then also the spring break, and then you've got summer break, which is for about 3.5, 4 months. You just have too much time when product is just sitting there and not turning over.
John and Mark.
Mark can go first.
Okay, Mark.
He doesn't talk much.
I think there's a,
Unlike me.
I think there's a secondary rest area that's coming up in Jackson County that would be pretty close to OU.
Yes.
And that's got good numbers on it. Secondary rest area had the code reported.
Yep.
Madam Chair?
Hold on. You're bad. I was thinking the same thing, Mark. John?
Okay, we have that. Also, looking at some of the college numbers, we have colleges like UT and Akron and Kent that do over 300,000. Hocking College only did 173,000. And would it be possible to add this to Hocking College to just make the two colleges together be very good?
Madam Chair.
You can't do that just right
Madam Chair.
off the bat, but Yvette and then Sally.
Madam Chair, can't we put this out, because I was speaking on this because I do agree with Chris about putting rest areas with facilities. Are we talking about maybe turning this into a site attachment? And if we're going to do that, can we put that out as a site attachment? And to see if you get any interest in that, because, to boost up like the rest areas or whatever, I think that there's a good idea to have rest areas balanced with the colleges, because it kind of helps the rest areas when it's low season and, and then the colleges when the rest areas are dead, you know what I mean? So what's your thought, which is what Mark just had, but can't we put this out as a site attachment instead?
Sally and me.
Madam Chair, Yvette, I like what you're thinking. My only concern is OU is such a big job. It's a huge campus and it's uphill every direction you go.
I know.
Not a square foot of flat land in the county.
I follow John around.
So that would be my concern as a site attachment, is that it's so big and so many machines. But I do like that idea of putting it with the Jackson secondary.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
the last time it was just bid where Mr. Paget got it, did anybody else bid it?
Madam Chair, no.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
after. One of the problems, and they have this, I think, Bernie, you can talk to it, services in that area of the state. We need to recruit, we need to recruit more operators in that area. I think part of the issue too is that we've had people that have been managing this even remotely. And I know, John, you had some employees, but it's the proximity of it too.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
What I did, Christie, I just went down with my wife on a Wednesday, did half the campus, stayed overnight in a hotel, did the other half on Thursday and came home. But that was before we had the Coke contract. That was just snacks.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If $89,000 is not a job. And,
Amen.
And so, again, if we're gonna make sure that we help all the businesses, but it could be a good addition to, a smaller facility, rest area, whatever. So I still don't see, it is a good site attachment.
Madam Chair, I think it has potential to do well more than.
I do too.
Well more.
I can't, for the life of me, think that we could consider a full campus of that size as a sign attachment. There might be things that we can attach to it, like the Jackson County, that's a great idea. I'm not willing, at this point, I mean, the committee can vote different, but personally, I can't see throwing away a potential, what could be a very good job, once everything is settled down, as a side attachment. That's just, I can't.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Yvette, and then Frank and
Madam,
Seth.
are we willing, so we want to bring in another temp to this, and when would that opportunity be? Because I know that Dave Paget got another facility, so when would that be needed?
That's what we're gonna have, that's what we're figuring out. Frank?
If we can't get anybody to temp it, I wonder if we could get, if we're allowed to do this, I think we might be, I don't really want to go this direction, but I wonder if we could at least get an operator to subcontract with somebody to actually do it so that we don't lose it while we try and get the rest of it, get it figured out one way or another, what direction we're going to go, and at least get good sales, get some sales numbers that we'll see where we are.
Madam Chair.
Seth,
It was actually Dave. I'm sorry, it was actually Dean.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. Okay, I'm sorry, Dean.
Okay,
Or Dean, I'm sorry.
yeah, Dean.
I'm very bad with these.
Just a question to John. Roughly how many machines are there?
There are 72 buildings with a drink machine, 54 with a snack machine.
Huh.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is there a possibility that we also have too many machines, John?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we reassess that? Go back and look?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
like one of the buildings is Cutler Hall. It's the Dean's building. When I was there, I didn't service it, but when Larry and Dave were there, the Dean has his own private drink machine that he keeps in a closet.
Sorry.
And it's very out of the way. Some of the buildings are like that, but if we don't do it, then you're gonna have other problems in the campus.
Madam Chair, such as what?
Such as?
I'm really thinking we should try to find a temp for this.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I actually had another question for John. How are any of these Coke equipment problems being resolved?
Coca-Cola has one guy that does the repairs. His name's Steve. He's extremely arrogant, and he doesn't give a shit, quite honestly, to be 100% truthful with you.
This is a pouring rights agreement, though, right?
Yeah, the college side. They had Pepsi for 20-some years, I guess, and then just switched to Coke.
And I'm assuming you can't get the university to apply any pressure to Coke to do anything, right?
No, they're getting their check, they don't care.
Yeah,
I mean, literally, this guy won't, he was upset that I wouldn't give him keys to the machine. That I just, I wanted to call him, arrange a repair. I want to make an appointment with you Thursday at 9 o'clock. He could never do that. He would get there when he got there, and if he had keys, then he could fix it. If he didn't have keys, he wasn't even willing to talk to me.
Wow. And Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is a widespread problem with these pouring rights agreements, and the universities are getting, they're getting funds from Coke and Pepsi alike. And because of those funds, they're not willing to rock the boat. And we're stuck in the middle of that with no way to apply any pressure to Coke or Pepsi.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
And also the Steve guy, he never wanted to come out just for our repair. If he was already coming to Athens, then he would add it on. We were never a priority.
Okay. Any ideas on temping? I just, yes,
Madam Chair, I would think that I'd like to look at that again, but only temping it, but under the consideration that we really go back and look at these buildings and start eliminating where we don't need machines, and this might be an issue with, if you're working with the grantor, but we can't just be all over the place and have machines places that, we reduce some of the machines in some of these areas. I think that would be important to do.
I agree. Someone needs
Madam
to go
Chair.
in and right size it.
Madam Chair, I did the math if you'd like to hear it.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. I know Seth and then Chris, and I don't know if there was someone else, but go ahead, Seth.
Isn't by rule a temp not allowed to make changes to a facility?
No,
Are we allowed to change? I'm pretty sure a temp cannot change a facility while they're temping.
They can, but the Bureau has to give them permission to, but
Yeah, you're running it, you can run it.
you can run it, yeah. You're allowed to make changes.
Madam Chair, just.
That's an old rule, the price thing. Go
With
ahead, Chris.
with John's reported sales for fiscal year 24 of $89,000, dividing that by the 126 machines he points to that are on campus, that's $706 per machine per year, or $58 per month. If you've got an average drink price of $2.50 in there, that means that you're selling, something like 24 bottles of soda per month out of the machine. You cannot keep the product fresh, and hence you have excessive waste. So Yvette is absolutely on track that university needs to be right-sized in terms of the equipment footprint. And this is part of the problem with the waste on the snack machines too. We've got a lot of equipment in those buildings, and it was the case 14 years ago. A lot of equipment in those buildings that just is not justified. That BGA needs to be revisited.
Madam Chair.
Who?
It was a
John,
tie.
okay.
That's okay, John.
I just want to make another quick point. Also, Chris, you may know, a lot of these machines are not in optimal places. Like the MedSec building. They have a beautiful dining area on the first floor, with all glass windows, right inside the front door and stuff. We're not allowed to have the machines there. Our machines are up on the third floor, behind a corner, you'd have to look for them, and it would take you a while to find them.
Typical BE.
We got machines not out with the pool tables and stuff. We have them in the laundry room.
Oh.
Yep. Laundry room of the dorms.
Instead of out in the main area.
2 or 3 floors up.
There needs to be.
With no elevator.
I really think that we need to put a temp in here, try and see if we can find somebody.
The Shackleford's are going to Athens.
But it's
Maybe, I don't know, not under those conditions, we'll see.
and help to right size.
Mike could use some legwork.
And Madam
Yeah, you can get it
Chair,
going up
Yes,
those
Dave.
dorms.
Isn't there something in the BGA that says we can remove machines due to lack of sale?
Have no clue.
And if there is, that we probably need to check on that, and if there
Yeah.
is, why haven't some of those changes been done already? Right.
Yeah, it's hard to say if the I don't know what John did, but, people requested it. I know there's some that's already being removed.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I also think part of the reason for that is it literally has been a revolving door of operators.
Yeah.
I mean,
probably.
just constant.
But that's because the opportunity is poor.
Yeah. But I think the opportunity is better than it's looking like.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we have had some reports of service issues, that machines are not being filled, so I mean, that could, not you, John. Just
For
over
a
the
good
years,
product,
we've had
the
that
machine-
where machines are not being filled, but I don't know, I just think it could do a lot better. I agree it needs to be right-sized, and that's certainly something you'd use somebody's help with, so.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
at 24 bottles per
Yeah,
month,
yeah.
it's no wonder they're not being filled. I wouldn't fill them either.
Madam Chair,
That's right.
those sales in
So-
2024 didn't include, most of that did not include the soda.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's been a lot of
That was
change
virtually
there.
just snacks.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, we lost 2 buildings because of our poor service.
Yeah, but and like they said, though, that could be, if stuff's not selling, it's hard to put stuff in machines if it's just gonna sit there, and not sell. So there's, somebody really needs to go in and focus on right sizing, seeing what the potential is. Let's, I mean, Yvette's nibbling, I don't know if she bit yet, but she's nibbling.
She did well at right pat for us, right sizing that.
Yeah, so maybe we can do something with this. And see if Yvette's in it. If she's not, then we can put out a wider net and see if anyone else knows.
And Madam Chair, we are going to recruit more. I know Lindsay and I have talked about recruiting that area of the state, Toledo and Dayton.
Yep.
The only, Dave brought up a question about being able to remove machines. Do we have any control over the beverage machines since the college has a point range agreement with Coca-Cola, or does the college have final say on how many beverage machines are where?
Madam Chair, I don't know the answer to that.
Not why.
Interesting question. Yeah. All right.
Madam Chair, in that case, I would argue that once we're servicing the pop machine, the same, if we can remove snacks for lack of sales, the same would apply to the drink machines if we're servicing them.
Okay, so we'll try to tell you. Any other things you have, Sally? For consideration sites or?
Madam Chair, there were just, Kelsey has been extremely busy. I know she's talked with you about potentially delaying the OSU Mansfield.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
for potential reconfiguration. And she has been trying to work on the OSU Worcester, University of Akron, Wayne. I think those were the other two.
Okay,
But
those aren't ready.
those
for-
haven't been forgotten about.
Okay.
So still coming out.
Okay. Did I miss Dave Cunningham's facility? Is there?
Madam Chair?
Yes, what's?
We are actually, Mark Wood is temping that because he has the rest area right across the street. That
Okay.
he's also temping, and we talked about possibly putting those together.
Oh, okay, so we'll see what numbers are, come from those, okay.
That's I-77 north and south.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Portage County, are we ready to talk anything with that yet? Is that, do we have numbers on that for considering posting it?
Mm-mm.
No? We're not ready yet, or?
Kelsey, you're on here. I don't know the answer to that one. I forgot about that.
Madam Chair?
Kelsey is,
Hold on,
go ahead.
Okay.
see if Kelsey,
There's been some talk, I don't know if we are, if we want to put that out. You know, the rest area opened in December. It has been closed since 2020 prior to that, so we don't have any numbers for the rest area. But we could put it out. There's also a potential that Dean and I spoke about. We have a KSU Trumbull that is in the vicinity that we might want to attach to that as well. So it has the Youngstown Post Office, the VA, I-76 eastbound and westbound. And then there's a KSU Trumbull that we third-party out. And the last time I looked at it, the numbers looked pretty good. The only thing is, I don't know if we posted, if we could post that, we would take it back from Universal if the operator's interested in it, because I don't want to take it back, post it, and then the operator detaches that, and then we're looking back at Universal.
okay. Dean?
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to get clear what we were talking about here, and now that Kelsey spoke up, I know what we're saying, and yeah, we've had all this stuff for a while, and it'd be nice to get it out there. That's my point.
Okay. We're about to have March sales, soon, so we'll have January, February, March. For rest areas, that'll give us a good indicator. We know rest areas, so, maybe wait until we get the March sales and address it at the next meeting and see about posting it then?
Yep.
See what, everyone good with that?
I'm sure. Just a follow-up question. If we have a subcontract out there with Universal, are we able to take it back mid-contract, or do we have to wait till the, and I don't answer, I don't remember off the top of my head, that's why I'm asking that question.
Madam Chair, I don't know off the top of my head, but I bet you that there's a 30-day clause.
Madam,
in for it.
Madam,
Yep.
yeah. Madam Chair, I think when we went into these agreements, it was, if they were going to third party it, they would third party it for no less than 3 years. And then there's a 30-day that we would take it back.
Oh, how long have they been in there? Do we know?
More than 3 years.
Okay.
So we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just hold off that one maybe another month and get some good sales numbers for it. Think about posting it then. Any others? I don't. There are. Okay. Initial inventory purchasing protocols. John asked for this to be on the agenda. So John, do you want to?
All right. Orville, this is directed at you, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We had a operator go in, guy that took over CDC. His facility was supposed to do 13,000 a month in sales. It's doing about 7. The state bought him $22,000 in opening inventory, including a $10,000 VSA order where somebody should have got with this man to help him do his initial inventory. He bought an entire case of Milky Ways. We all know how well Milky Way sells. That should have never been approved for an entire case of Milky Way. And that's just one small example. He bought all his soda from VSA at $1.65 a bottle, selling it for $2. And he bought over 100 cases, so of course it went out of date. So now we got a brand new operator just started that owes the program $20-some thousand. Also, because he got all that inventory and didn't have to buy anything, his initial 3 months, his profit was way up, so he paid much higher service charge because of having all that given to him.
He didn't reduce his inventory.
Yeah. But I'm not trying to be mean, Orville, but that was a bad move.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Johnny Mac, thank you for that. And I understand sometimes we have to learn from, poor decisions and stuff like that. There's a lot that, came with this. And, the operator in question, as well as the consultant, is not here. And I know there's been a lot of rumors that's been going out there, going around to where the truth has not been shared. When this operator did take over the facility, they was provided inventory from the bulk, from taxation, and they did not manage that inventory well. And when the consultant came to me and just said, hey, we're taking over the rest of the sites that's a part of this facility, they're going to need more inventory, I did put the trust in the consultant to, all right, get with the operators, see what it is that they need. We want to make sure that they are, up and running, successful, and can make money. The thing is, there's so much that has not been shared. And I'm not going to, throw this operator under the bus or underneath the bus, or no, I'm not going to do that. But rather, we provided, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $1. The operator wouldn't have made the right choices. And I know that the consultant could have worked with them. We would have been in the same boat. If we didn't provide inventory and that inventory that the operator had expired, the operator may be calling everybody at this table like, hey, I need some inventory, please help me because I don't have any product to offer to the customers to sell. So, I do hear what you're saying. That's something that, I had to experience to learn. That way in the future I can make, better choices. But again, there's a lot that has not been shared. And I'm not even going to speak when I know I'm working with the local, and we are trying to find ways to, help, this operator be successful. He has a good facility, a good route, and I've talked to him numerous times. I'm like, hey, we're here. Pick up the phone, call us. We can get with operators. If you're sitting on 30 cases of drinks that's about to expire in 2 months, we can call around and see if anybody can take that. But that operator as well has to experience this. That way they know, to do things a little differently. But Johnny Mac, again, I appreciate it. I can take constructive criticism, feedback very well, but I do appreciate that.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I can speak to a little bit about that. I know the combos was purchased wrong. He mistaked boxes for cases and only wanted like 6 boxes of each and ended up with 6 cases of each combos. Because I purchased quite a few of the pizza combos off of him. And he also bought a lot of white boxes from Vistar. Well, you can't sell white box store in the micro market, the candy.
Doesn't have the
They ain't got they ain't got those scan codes on it. So he ended up with a bunch of candy that he couldn't move out of the micro market. So, I mean, there was a couple things there, I mean, that it was mistakes.
And some of this, I think, is obviously inexperience. Most of us around the table we would have known if we were going into a facility what, is acceptable and what isn't. I wonder if we should have something in place for our new folks. When they're taking over their first facility, they don't know, they have no clue what, appropriate inventory is. A lot of them just would have, they just don't know. They don't know. They're trusting the program, the consultant, the outgoing operator, whoever, to guide them in the right direction on what appropriate inventory would be. And I almost wonder if there's not something we can do when people take their first facility to help them with this initial. Who is it?
Me.
Oh, John, yeah.
My whole reason for putting this on wasn't to really call out Orville. Second part of this, are we going to do anything to help this brand new operator that's now stuck with this giant? I mean, I think this is a back-breaking bill for a brand new guy. For him to ever leave and go anywhere else.
No, he's set up to fail. He is absolutely set up to fail here.
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Frank.
What I was going to say is, I'll go back to my very first facility because it was a transition between me and Johnny Mac. And one of the things, John, I, and the consultant, we sat down and went through the Vistar catalog, and there was some stuff John knew what the facility needed. I was brand new. I didn't. He's like, yeah, he needs this, and he needs this, and some stuff I had to decide on my own too. Yeah, well, this is something new. Yeah, I'll try that. But John was there, the consultant was there. We were all three working on it together, and the order turned out fine. Everything, and there was nothing ordered that shouldn't have been ordered. And I think this new operator, I don't think it was intentional, but I think, he wasn't necessarily talking to the right people or checking with the right people. And now the micro market thing about the candies, I didn't think about the scan thing when Mark said that, and I'm going, yeah, even with a lot of experience, I could have probably made that mistake. So, not because, I've never did a micro market before. But anyway, I was just saying that we do need some kind of system to where nobody has to go through that being brand new. So if we can come up with something to try and assist the newer people where they're not, I don't want to see anybody ever put in that position.
Madam Chair?
Yes, you're back.
I want to make a motion that we reduce his inventory his initial inventory amount that he would owe when leaving, because there was mistakes made on both sides, but mainly because some of this, I really, feel that we need to right size that initial inventory to fit the facility.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
So the motion is to reduce the inventory for the operator, initial inventory.
It's important to put initial.
That's what I had.
Madam Chair, I have issues with
Initial
this
and
because
Everyone,
I have huge issues with this because this sets up precedences that the next person that comes in, well, this person got forgiven and I got too much. And again, I think the inventory, we've talked about it, we need to fix inventory in general. We need to fix it. It will solve so many problems. We are talking about, and we've been talking about it for 2 years now, and I know there's a plan. I know, Yvette, Annette, you're gonna talk about it later about work groups and rules. We've talked about wiping out the inventory for everyone and starting a new process. And so, because of how we can't afford to go forward, the other thing with inventory that I'll tell everyone right now, and I'm gonna be talking to the counselors. We had a counselor that purchased initial inventory for an operator that then we knew about it from a fluke, and we were about to reimburse him for it. We're like, wait, he's already gotten it. So I have to tell VR right now, do not buy initial inventory for new operators yet. But eventually, that's gonna be the avenue for new operators, and he would have gotten this free, where he would not have owed anything back in the future state. But, you know, I think that there is, and John, I hear you, and I've been hearing about this, and I researched this too, and I went with Orville to taxation, I looked at the storeroom, I looked at the actual micro market, and there was barely anything on the shelves and missed opportunities there. It's my understanding, and again, we talked as a group, and I understood that there was a lot of back and forth. This is a big route. There was, you know, good debate in this room about whether this should have been 2 facilities, 1, and it was decided 1. It's a new operator. We have been working with him. Orville's been working with him. We've tried to get him some help with some other operators. So, but to come in here and to go against the rules of making an exception to forgive someone's initial inventory, I just, doesn't feel right.
Okay, I got several. You bet, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Christie, we want to reduce the additional inventory, not so much as the initial, but the additional inventory bought for him, because it was my understanding that he didn't really, I understand what you're saying as far as keeping the shelves filled, but for what was bought for him, there's no way he would have been able to sell it in the amount of time. And again, like Mark pointed out, it was stuff that he could not sell in the market that was purchased for him. You know, mistakes on both sides, but the additional inventory that was bought for him was way over what he could have ever sold and still, and kept everything in date. It was a lot. And so I just feel like reducing his additional inventory would be helpful to him, because this will be something that he will have to struggle with if he ever tried to leave that location. You know, he would never have that kind of money to be able to pay back.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Dave?
I just want to point out that there's nothing in the rules that preclude an exception for an extraordinary circumstance. And this sounds like something $20,000 or more, that's a hole no operator would be able to crawl out of, at least not in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, it doesn't really matter how we got here, this is where we are. And something needs to be done to keep things from getting further out of control. So I think just reducing the inventory to something manageable makes a lot of sense. And probably it makes the most sense.
Seth?
Madam Chair, just from personal experience, and I don't like to do this because I'm crazy like Bureau. When I took over UC, they were adding machines, and my former consultant told me, you're getting this machine, let's buy the pot for it now, add it to your inventory, and I did, and then it took the Bureau like 2 months to get the machine for UC to allow the machine to be placed, and all that pot went back. And the Bureau, I sat down with my new consultant, and I'm like, here's the problem. I bought this because you guys said this was gonna happen. It didn't happen, and all this pop went back. So the Bureau took that off my inventory. So I think the Bureau has been good about doing this, and I don't know if we need a OVRC resolution to make them do something that they've done in the past, when especially like the $1.65. I don't know why we would agree to pay over our state price. I think that should have been caught at the beginning. So there's ways to do this without having an OVRC motion that says you have to change what our rules are. There's ways to work it within the system to alleviate some of the inventory.
You bet, you had you said something, your motion said initial inventory.
I would
But
like to
then you
amend
said
the motion.
additional? I was trying
I would
to-
like to amend my
Okay.
motion to reflect that I make a motion that we reduce the additional inventory that was purchased for the operator.
Down to the initial amount.
And
Down to the initial
Down to the
amount.
initial and additional
Yeah.
inventory.
Yeah.
And who said it?
I did.
Okay. Are you-
Frank seconded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then do we know the amount of that
Yeah.
additional inventory? I didn't realize there was additional.
Yeah,
What
Madam
is that?
Chair,
Yeah.
I just had it up. I don't know if
Madam Chair,
you have it.
his original initial was like 10,000. And then when we purchased additional, it was like 10, 11,000.
Okay, so that's where you get close to the 22 with change. Okay. I did think, and Christie said a few other things I want to address, but we'll deal with this issue first. Anything else on this motion? Okay,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just to clarify, we're voting to put his inventory down to the initial 10,000 number, correct?
I guess we probably should clarify that, because if you said reduce it, that could be $1. So we.
We're voting
So
to give him the initial inventory total of 10,000, whatever. That's a question.
So is that what your thoughts are, Yvette?
So
To eliminate the additional.
eliminate okay, so.
The additional inventory.
Okay, so Madam Chair, the motion would actually be to eliminate the additional inventory and reduce it down to the initial 11,000 or whatever,
Yes.
10,000.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I think I was the operator left there, and the original inventory that I left there, that I got charged for was $7,800. So that's how much I thought was there when I left.
Madam Chair?
I don't know
There
where
were other things I think added though to that.
I had the CDC,
Oh, that's
I
right.
left him
Yeah, I forgot about
1,700, so add that to yours, that's 1,700 to yours, and we're right around the 10,000.
Yeah.
I forgot about the CDC.
Okay, we're gonna call for the vote. Yvette,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Seth.
So I'm voting to wipe out $10,000 for a
Yes.
single operator.
11,000.
11.
No.
Dean,
Yes.
and I say yes. Okay. Now, I want to address something that Christie mentioned about VR. That was a whole other circumstance, a whole other operator. VR purchased initial inventory for an operator. And then when this operator left, it was a very small facility, not even a facility. When the operator left, Christie mentioned that he was going to, that they found out by a fluke that VR purchased it, and the operator was going to be enriched by, getting reimbursed for the inventory left behind. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with that. VR's purpose is to provide stuff, to start with. I just got a free, in quotes, I know it's paid for by the state, note taker, braille note taker. That's mine to use as I need for my business. I appreciate it, this and that, and everything. I don't know that if VR came in and paid for other stuff at the beginning. I'm not sure that we can't say that if the VR buys it under our current setup and the operator leaves it, I mean, who gets that money then?
Madam
The
Chair.
new operator just gets it handed to them? Then, in general? Yes, Berna.
I think Seth or somebody back there might have done first.
Okay.
I did ask, but I'm fine to wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so a little bit of clarification. I don't think the issue is so much wanting the operator to reimburse for what VR paid. You're right. Once VR purchases something, and the case is closed, that property becomes the property of the operator. But because they still own the property, having BE purchase it or reimburse it again is like being paid twice for something they didn't pay, or being paid, not twice, but I'm not saying this very well, being paid for something that they didn't pay for in the first place. So it's kind of like a double dipping scenario. I think that's where the issue comes in, just as a point of clarification. It's not wrong for VR to have purchased it, except that that's not usually the way we've been doing it, and the counselor didn't realize that. I don't think anybody did anything on purpose here badly, but counselor didn't realize, probably knew, certainly knew to a BE. Didn't know that they were supposed to like work with their BE consultant and get that under the current way we do things. And so purchased it. And then BE didn't know that VR had done that, so they were like, you know, okay, well, we reimburse this because we're assuming the operator purchased it, so we do. Operator didn't know that anything was done wrong, so they're like, yeah, you know, I get reimbursed right this because they're new to the system. So I think what we just need to do is have some clarification on who's doing what.
Go ahead, Seth, and then I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah, I got a few. So first of all, that is in absolutely no way, shape, or form different than if you buy me $2,000 worth of inventory and I walk out, leaving $3,000 and you giving me $1,000. You didn't pay the money to begin with, you're not owed it back. It's not owed back to the BE program if the BE program did not give the money. So I don't understand, the idea of double dipping is if I take a loan from someone else to start my business and I walk out leaving the money, you don't pay my creditor, you pay me. So I don't understand why. So you're telling me that an operator walked out of a facility or a site, left behind the inventory and didn't get paid for it?
So, Madam Chair, I can clarify, okay. So what happened is, he purchased his inventory, he sent receipts to his VR counselor, got reimbursed, and then his consultant said, you know, we reimburse you, basically is what she said. Well, he didn't understand what we meant, he just assumed we as OOD. So he went to his VR counselor, got the reimbursement, and then Anne Marie was going to reimburse him because, you know, that's what we do. So he was going to be double dipping by getting reimbursements from VR and BE.
Okay. And Madam Chair, excuse me, who was speaking?
That was Lindsay.
Oh, that was Lindsay, okay.
This wasn't the overage from, Madam Chair.
No, I know, but I'm talking even in general, not necessarily this one particular case. I'm talking about when VR, which we all know can happen now, VR purchases, VR buying it is no different than me going to grandma to buy it. It was purchased for me, irrelevant if it was from VR, whether it was from grandma, whether it was from the outgoing operator who left it, none of that matters. It was that operator's property at that point, and he should be reimbursed for what he left behind.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This was not when he, this specific situation, the facility was only open like 3
I know,
weeks.
I know.
And so this was not when he was leaving the facility. It was the actual beginning inventory that he would have been reimbursed for twice.
Madam Chair.
So this was not his overage or under or any of that.
No, go ahead, Seth.
Madam Chair. Did BE buy the initial inventory?
No.
Then you reimburse the operator the inventory they leave behind. It doesn't matter where they got the inventory from. If he has a zero inventory balance when leaving the site or facility and he leaves $200, he gets $200 from the BE program to cover the inventory he left behind.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Seth, I hear you, and you are partially right. Based off of our rules now, we have to pay overage if someone leaves it. That's when you get into an agreement with us, and BE pays it. It's a loan. And that's why we can't have these two separate paths right now. We can't. It has to be a loan because that's what our rules say. We will pay the overage, they pay the underage or under. But what we didn't know, and that's why it confused it too, was that VR paid for it, and I understand, Annette, where you're going. VR should continue to pay for it, doesn't matter BE, and then VR then just reimburses that. But how that would work is that in the future, how I see it, is that they would be paying for if I leave a facility and Sally comes in, they're paying me for Sally's brand new operator coming in. That's how that transaction, not that, I'm just leaving and they reimburse me or the Bureau reimburses me for product I got free that isn't tied to a loan or anything else.
Madam Chair? Go ahead, Yvette.
Irrelevant, because I don't see where, excuse me, but I don't see where him getting the product from VR that was his case, it was closed, it belonged to him. Okay, what I'm trying to understand is why you don't feel that I'm trying to see where the double dipping came in. Because I don't see where it came in. What I see is that if he left that inventory when he left that facility, then he should be reimbursed. So
Pretend that he
explain
didn't leave the facility, because it's not the leaving the facility that's the problem. Pretend that facility's still open, it closed on a fluke. He would have gotten reimbursed for the inventory twice, once with VR, once with us. He has an initial inventory with us, he gave receipts to his counsel and us. So he got, I don't know, $1,000, $1,200 from VR, and he was about to get $1,200 from us. $2,400 for $1,200 of stuff. That's the problem. I think we're conflating it with then when he leaves, does he get reimbursed for the initial $1,200? And that's up for debate. But that's the thing that he almost, and again, to Berna's point, 1,000%, no, it was not anything that, everyone was new. Everyone was new. And everyone had great, wonderful intentions, and there was miscommunications. But this, again, just shows that we've got to, once again, try to figure out this inventory on a global scale.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. Seth had asked, and then I'm gonna say something, and then Sally.
Okay, again, I would like to see in the rules where it says we have to have a loan for BE.
And I'm saying if it's not VR, VR is one resource that somebody can use to go get something. Say VR was a whole other entity. If grandma buys the initial inventory for me, I go to grandma and say, hey, BE, I'd rather own it all myself. I don't want BE to have to purchase it. Grandma writes me a check and I buy it to buy inventory. Then when I leave there, you reimburse me for the whole amount because you provided zero to start with. It's the same thing. I got it free to start with from grandma. I got it free I get reimbursed for it at the end. This person got it free to start with from VR. He gets reimbursed for it at the end. There is no double dipping.
Madam Chair?
And then, hold on, Chris, I had Sally next.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this isn't about the inventory that was left at the end when he transitioned out. So that can still be paid. That's not the issue. The issue was the $1,200 he got reimbursed for on, I don't know, March 1st. He was also going to get reimbursed for on March 1st. So
Okay, now that is different.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
And
that's
he's taking a
bigger.
lot of this to the new facility. that
Okay,
he
and
got.
that's great, because then it's not counted. He can go and put it as part of his initial inventory, or, well, it wouldn't even be part of his initial
Right, he owns
inventory.
it.
He would provide it. Okay, that does change things if it's the same initial, two people paying at the beginning. We were thinking it was at the end when somebody left. Okay. I got it, Chris.
Okay.
That does.
That changed, I was
You were thinking,
listening to
I
this
thought they made it pretty
conversation.
clear from jump, but.
Thank you.
Because essentially what Ms. King said is what I understood to be the case. That
Exactly.
both VR received invoices and the specialist received invoices. Now, the specialist received invoices because she requested it. She didn't recognize what VR had done. It's a little bit,
Okay.
and Ms. King has already accepted responsibility that they need some internal communication process on this topic. But the fact is, one hand didn't know what the other one was doing, largely because everybody was new. And so receipts were given to two OOD staff persons, 1 VR person, 1 BEP specialist, and the operator was a little bit out of line, trying to get paid twice.
But
I know, he did it on purpose.
They don't think they did it on purpose.
Well, that's, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Come on, that's just common sense.
Yeah, but.
Not for someone.
I'll run them over the bus, you don't have to.
Madam
All right,
Chair.
I'm glad we got that squared away.
I'm sorry, I thought I tried to explain.
No, well, then
You did.
then me and half the other people in the room, it went right over our head.
Yes.
It's Friday, so. it's-
Because I honestly thought it was the leaving and the count out, the transition from when he left.
And Madam Chair, you said he was reimbursed for the portion of the,
Yeah,
the
so we're
first
good.
1,200 or
We're
whatever.
good.
Yeah, we're,
All right,
sorry
that's
about
20
that.
minutes we'll never get back in.
Calm down, everyone.
I apologize, and like I said, I think half of us really didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Okay. What time is it? All right. we can do
You need a
couple
break
of-
already in here.
Yeah, I know. Let me get to my next, I'm gonna jump.
Oh, yeah, where is that agenda?
Okay, we can do the program growth update. That's an easy one. UT, let's do UT update. Where are we with that?
Madam Chair, the UT update is that,
Yes.
you want to do it?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We got a signed MOU with UT to take over the beverages. They did have concerns that we would not have somebody available to fill the beverages. So that is why we went ahead and got the MOU to start the beverages this summer. And they are also putting out an RFP for their pouring rights. And we gave them some suggested language to put in.
Speech off. Hopefully on equipment maintenance and repair.
Yes, yes.
God bless you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, yeah.
Secondary highways.
Yep, so
I know we're gonna talk about it statewide, but you had mentioned about what should we talk about it statewide with it. So there's a lot of chatter going on, everyone.
So the secondary highways, we renewed the contract, it expires next March. I got out a spreadsheet last fall about all of the secondary highways, the monies they do. Again, I can also highlight it statewide, the ones that are going into the new buildings, because I do think that they are going to even be more profitable. We went down and we saw the one in Pickaway, and again, I'm excited about taking these over, I really am. But I need to know from you guys, what is helpful to help sell this to everyone? I spent a lot of time last fall trying to do, the mile markers and what's the closest city. Maybe we could do what's the closest site or facilities. And I think that some people looked at it, some did not, if they're not interested, but we need to advertise this as this is an opportunity. So I don't know what you guys think on how we best can advertise this statewide, that we're gonna take over all the secondaries next year, and a lot of them make some really good money.
Honestly, I think we just tell folks this. I don't know that we have to sell this. I think it's gonna sell itself.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Where do I sign?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's gonna be a lot of interest in it. I know people don't respond to surveys and emails and things like that. I think when push comes to shove and they come out, we're gonna have people wanting these. And, we might put some together, make facilities. Most of them, I think, just because of geography, is gonna end up signing tax rents. So, I don't know. One thing though we do need to start doing is seeing how much this is gonna initially cost us. That's one thing we need to you guys gotta start putting together. What are we gonna do with, the existing locations? How much do they need? facelifts with the enclosures, purchasing of snack machines, purchasing of beverage machines. How much are these, what's gonna cost our program, and, where, make sure that's budgeted for.
Madam Chair, excellent, and I will get staff to start on that, because that's right, we do need to budget, and we do need to plan for that.
Madam Chair.
Anyone else have any other thoughts on secondaries?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I guess go back to our earlier conversation. I guess the first thing we can do is make this available to all blind vendors by making sure that we have storages at these places that are so far out. Because a lot of operators don't have wives or anybody else in trucks that they can truck this thing in and out, where if they have the availability to hire an Uber that takes them to their site, drops them off, they can load what they need and then Uber home. You open it up to more operators. So getting rid of storage at these far out places makes it harder for operators to do, not easier.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Seth, they're all like older rest areas, so the machines are outside. It's certainly something we could ask ODOT if we could put like a storage cabinet somewhere inside, but I just wanted to clarify, it's not the new buildings that would or would not have storage. Just my comment.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on? Okay, Elkton.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Kelsey has arranged for myself, John McNamara, and Yvette Shackelford, and myself. We are going to go tour all that and speak with them on April 21st.
April 21st?
Yes.
What time?
I don't know yet. I think 9:30 or something, which means often.
Madam Chair, that's tentative. It's going to be either the 21st or 22nd, but they think it's going to be the 21st, and 9:30 is what we requested. It still has to be approved by Elkton.
Is it April?
But it looks promising.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, this is for the vending, right? They haven't really been responsive as far as commissary goes, am I correct about that?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We've asked for both. We've asked to talk to them about both. Because
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to hearing all about that. For sure. Yeah, make sure they let you all back out.
I know, why you know.
Get a photo off.
Trust me, exactly what it is.
Oh, that's true, they might take your.
It's not like on the border. What?
I
Do you
think
want
it's
city?
East Palestine.
Okay,
I think
East
that's.
Oh,
I
that's.
think-
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Take a mask.
Lisbon.
Oh, okay.
And it's, when we stalked, their current vending vendor is out of Pennsylvania. It's very close to the Pennsylvania.
Right, yeah,
border.
that's only like a couple miles from the
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
I think their vending company's 20 miles away and it's in Pennsylvania.
And is this a federal prison?
It is.
Okay.
Yep. That comment, it's gonna be great when we get this. It's gonna be awesome, probably 2 awesome facilities there.
See, one thing you should know though, back of the house, what the price that the COs pay, generally speaking, what ABI does in Ohio is they sell cheap to the officers in the back of the house in order to have the opportunity in the visitation room. So your margins aren't gonna be in the back of the house, you're not gonna get the margins that you're getting up front. They're probably gonna be selling dollar LSSs and I think ABI's got LSSs at 90 cents in the prisons right now.
Yeah.
And probably no more than $2 on CSDs.
Is AVI their current?
ABI is Ohio's current
No,
prison.
no, this is federal, so.
It's like
Yeah, I understand, but it's still the same model.
Yeah. Okay. NASA. Anything happening with NASA?
We need to follow up with, Madam Chair, we need to follow up with NASA. We did send them a letter, but we'll follow up with them. I don't think they've responded to that.
Because our governor's trying to get NASA headquarters brought here, so if we could get in there, and that potentially could be, if he's successful with that, be even better than it is, so. Okay, any other potential growth opportunities that, yes?
Yeah, I've got two things. I know a while back we were talking about going after ranks up at Owen.
Yes.
Just kind of like know where we're at, update on that. And then additionally, I've been doing the vending out there in the Mansfield area. I'm just kind of curious why we have never been up at the prison there.
Well, that one's an easy one to answer. Your second part's easy to answer. Right now, we do not have priority. At
Is that a
state, yeah, state prisons, we have no priority. We're excluded. That doesn't mean we couldn't bid on them and try and get them, but they don't have to take it. The other one, though, I will turn to you guys. So what?
Madam Chair, that was where they, Owens responded and said that if we're taking the beverages, we have to take the grill as well. That's kind of where that one is. I mean, we can certainly have legal to legal.
Well, we had talked at one point about
additional.
giving them other options for food, whether it be, food, farmer's fridge, allowing food trucks, anything, other options that we could help provide that for them with.
And that was the one where I.
Yeah, the letter, we didn't like the letter, yeah, I didn't like the letter. I don't remember what I didn't like about it, but I remember I didn't like it.
Madam Chair, I always think we should get maybe another letter together, and Sally, maybe I don't know who all would want to participate in that, but.
Well, Wayne and I definitely.
Yeah. Okay. But we should probably try and work on a letter and try and put not anything unprofessional, but get some, pretty straightforward language in the law. And one of the things I think we can cite from DOT's opinion is they're not allowed to fund them to, try and go around the business enterprise Randolph Shepherd program in Ohio. So, squeeze that in there, and I'm sure it'll be reviewed before even whatever we all come up with. I'm sure it'll be reviewed before by legal before it's sent anyway too.
So yeah, let's work on that. Let's dig out that letter so I can remember what I didn't like about it. And then we can fix that and reply back to that. I know it's been a little while, so I don't think it'd be a direct reply. We'll probably start from scratch again as far as that part goes. But we do need to do this. And I think that's all they want is some kind of other options. I don't think they're in love with their cafe per se. They just want food. Yeah.
Yeah, so just another comment on this. So this campus is kind of divided in half, and the one half has the cafeteria on. The other half, they did a remodel last one, and one's food options over in the health education department. And so we ended up this spring placed a farmer's fridge in there, which has been pretty well received. I mean, this seems like I haven't seen any dollar amounts for it, but it has been going so well that I've been kind of considering placing a farmer's fridge just across the hallway from the cafeteria. So I have
Good. Good. All right. We'll work on that. Anything else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I remember there was nothing you liked about the letter, but I think that Sally, there was some improvements in quite a few areas. We talked about it. I just suggest we take a break. If we're not sure.
Yep, we can do that. I don't want to get into the bylaws virtual, but we'll do that after lunch.
Exactly.
We can do, what time is it?
11:30.
12:30?
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Dave fell off on our phone.
Mike, I need to get. Okay, all right. You ready Okay, Chris?
Yes. Thanks for asking, Annette. I'm ready.
All right, we gotta come to order, everybody. We're gonna get started.
All right, we're gonna talk about bylaws. That doesn't get everyone all excited? No? All right, we have a couple things to discuss with bylaws. The first thing is a proposed amendment that was written and distributed. I don't know, do we have someone who can read that? Because it probably should be read out loud. Vera, folks, do you even have that? The bylaw amendment, Frank, I know you have.
The 2017?
No. It was an amendment to the bylaw that we had. Okay, maybe you guys didn't get it. Let me try and see if I can. Frank, you want to see if you can find it? Okay. Yeah. No, that's coming next. This is an amendment that the members proposed to the bylaws about things in writing. It should be read. So that everybody's clear on.
I got it if you want me to read it.
Oh, thank you, John.
I think I got it too.
Okay.
So ready?
All right, go ahead, John.
All right, this is from Dean. Prior to any vote of the OVRC to accept or reject a new rule or policy or to amend an existing rule or policy, the OVRC members must receive the proposed language in writing at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting where the proposed rule or policy is to be considered. This does not preclude the active participation of the OVRC and the Bureau of Services for the Visually Impaired in the drafting or consideration of possible policy or rule language.
Okay, that is the proposed amendment.
I do have a question, Madam Chair. Typically, when we amend bylaws, is that amendment included in the motion sheet? So how is that documented in minutes
We
typically?
will vote. It will come as a motion sheet. The Bureau will just
Right.
say they have no, they don't, that's not something they would accept or reject. It's not
Exactly.
like our minutes.
Well, exactly. But my question is the text of the bylaws or the text of the amendment, is that included in the motion sheet typically?
What he just read,
No, okay.
I would put it in there.
You would, okay.
Yeah, so that everybody knows.
Absolutely, that was my question. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, no, I had the reading of it, but I just wanted to check.
All right, so that's
Thank
the
you.
proposed amendment.
All right.
Is there any motion to accept?
Madam
We'll
Chair.
have a discussion.
Well, we'll have discussion.
Yeah, we will. Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
Okay.
Is this Mark Wood?
Motion to add the amendment that was put out to the committee to the bylaws.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, now discussion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
I have a couple issues. Number one, it only says to be put out in writing. We're a program of blind people. How does that help the totals?
Accessible.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
okay, my whole career with this program, when the word's put out in writing, that means whatever your preferred format is.
It should say your preferred format then.
Okay.
that's a good point. Even if
That's a good
Braille
point.
is writing.
Even I would
would
consider-
say Braille, email, all that is writing,
Yeah.
but the language type should say accessible format.
And number two, it seems to contradict itself. Says that we can only vote on this if we get it 2 weeks ahead of time, but this doesn't stop active participation of the committee and the Bureau in possible policy or rules language.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
what I think the intention was.
There's a person.
It wouldn't preclude
Speech
work
off.
groups and actively participating in the formation of that type of language.
Madam Chair?
yes.
So I guess my question is, when policy exactly, like, for example, like we talked today, and you guys motioned about the, the points for statewide. So is the proposal, would this mean that you should have voted on it until it's out in writing and we vote the next time?
That's exactly what it means.
That's, wow.
And that's where my biggest concern with this is. Rules, absolutely. Finalized rules, no doubt about it, should be in writing. And even some policies I have no problem with. What I do have some concern about is being able to do things like we did this morning. Like we did a couple months ago with the sending out invoices on separate emails. That we did, because the problem came up. It was addressed to the committee. The committee talked about it, and through this, we'll use that example. The committee talked about it and said, hey, Yvette, you're the one that brought that up. You're right. This should be different. These should be sent in separate emails, and we fixed the problem. I am a little worried that we could get bogged down in trying to do things 2 weeks ahead of time in writing or accessible format, whichever way you want to put it, and not being able to fix a problem when it arises at the committee meeting. That's
Madam
where I
Chair,
concern. Yes.
I have just one other point would be like, we get it in writing, then we come in here and when we have discussion, we want to tweak it or change it. Do we then have to wait till the next meeting where we get it in writing again? Because we changed wording in it. And at that point, even if we change one word, then I see this as extra red tape, which is the last thing this committee needs.
Madam Chair.
That's all I have to say.
Yep, hold on, Dean. Vern, I think first, Dean.
Just something to think about. I understand the need, we're all busy people, working people, and the need to have things more ahead of the meeting so you have time to review them. If you have 2 weeks in here, we have a situation that is timely. For example, like we had this morning, right, Pat? You can't move forward, nobody can do anything, begin to move that opportunity process forward unless you have 2 weeks before. You meet once a month. You have to have 2 weeks before, and it's only a week, or it's only 5 days, and you have a meeting today, now you can't vote on it, so next month I'm just pointing out, it's your law, but I'm just pointing out you're potentially delaying opportunities that maybe could move on. I don't know if you want to think about the time.
Madam Chair. Hold on, Dean.
Okay, I just want to put out there is my whole goal is to make this committee better at representing the operators. Before we force a policy or a rule on operators, I want to get it out to them before the vote so I can see how my operators feel about the rule or policy before we, the committee, vote on it. That's my goal.
Madam
Chair.
Okay, Seth, and then you're back.
It's just to the point that you and Verna made, neither one of those are covered by this because neither one of those are rules or policies. They're just, the discussion on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base today is not a rule, it's not a policy, it's an opportunity, it's really not a policy, right? The discussion on the email from Yvette, did you change policy?
Yes.
You have a written policy now that's changed?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't apply because you didn't change the policy. You just changed your action. This is, if we're writing a rule or we're writing an amendment to our anything, this has to be in writing. So we don't have what we had today, 8 hours discussing 2 parts of the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. There's 7 other paragraphs. What are they? That's my point, and we voted on that today. This would preclude us from being allowed to do something like that, where most of the committee don't know the other 7 paragraphs in the thing we voted on to accept.
Madam Chair, I do agree that we need, I think that it'll make us more informed. I agree with the at least 2 weeks in advance because a lot of times we come in here, we vote on things, and only a handful of us really get the information. And we come in, as far as the right path, I voted on, as far as that's concerned, is because it's something we have been discussing, an ongoing discussion. And but I feel like as far as most of these things that come before us, sometimes the first time we've heard of it is once we come into the meeting. I think it'll make us more informed. We'll come with questions about those issues that we receive, that we can be more informed representatives. And then sometimes that may have us go back and wait but I think we also can make an amendment to that if it's something that's critical. And I don't know, Dean, if you'd be against that, if it's something that's critical and we can put an addendum or something to that, as far as to say, with, 2/3 vote, whatever, that we could move forward with something that's critical. I don't think it has to be a holdup to make things move, I think that, but it'll make us more informed representatives of the people we represent. If we have the information ahead of time and we can review it in a more timely manner.
Well, here's the thing, I'll just say that, Steph was correct on Berna's example. That was a settlement agreement that had nothing to do with this particular thing. I am concerned about when Christie asked the question, what's a policy? When someone said, would that have changed? Half the group kind of said, yeah, and half the group kind of said, no. We don't know what a policy is. So that's, if we do something like the email, sending out the things in separate invoices, we did that on the fly. We did it on the fly this morning, the statewide thing. That wasn't even on the agenda and it came up just as part of discussion and out of a public comment. Changing to where we don't give points for someone who's not licensed yet. I'm worried we can't do things that come up necessary like that. And I'm not saying that we can't maybe, and I'll be honest with you, I helped draft this to try and make it as good as it could be when Dean asked about it. But I think we can make it better. I'm worried the way it stands now, and say we hadn't talked about that statewide thing yet, and it came up this afternoon, someone could say, whoa, we can't do a thing with that until we see it 2 weeks ahead of time. So we're gonna have to put that off, and someone's gonna have to take the time and energy to write it up. And now we can't change how we score in a selection on trainees attending statewide.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
But you're not discussing changing the policy, you're discussing changing our interpretation of the policy. The policy is still, you get 2 points if you've been to a statewide. We decided today what that means in a bit. That doesn't change the policy. The policy has not changed. Much like the statewide thing, the other thing, we're not changing. The policy is that they notify us if we owe them something. We didn't change that. We discussed how they notify us. We didn't change the policy that we need to be notified.
And Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave.
I completely agree with the idea that anything that's put before us should be put before us with enough time for everybody to review it and be informed. It's a disservice to anyone that's represented by a committee that votes and makes decisions, in the dark, when you cannot make an intelligent choice when you're completely uninformed. And even policies, rules, of course, that's obvious, but policies need to be in writing too, but not left up in the air, and just, that's generally what we do. If you're not changing a policy, you could change how you interpret it or how you act on it without it needing to be a whole ordeal, like Seth is saying. And better informed committee reps equal better representation for operators.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
Again, I think that if there is something that it requires us to decide right away, we can put something in the language, so that would that would clear that would help clear that issue up. But I think that being better informed representatives and being able to come up with questions to whatever issues we're having, not just trying to think of it off, it's a lot going on, we're having a lot of discussion about a lot of things when we come into this meeting once a month. But if we have a chance to see what we're, in advance, what we're talking about, what what the issues are going to be, besides just the agenda, I think it would make us better.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question. In all seriousness, what is the difference between a policy and a rule?
I don't know what a policy is at this point. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm serious. I think
This
we've asked
discussion,
down
I
here
have
before.
no
None of
clue what
us
a
know down
policy
here
is.
what the difference
I think
is.
every one of us has a different definition of policy.
Well,
Rule
Chair.
is our rules. That's the
Yeah.
administrative code. That I can answer, but I have no clue what a policy
So
is.
that's more vagueness in this
Well,
proposal then?
Yeah, well,
Hold on, give that,
Well, Madam Chair, one of the issues is a policy is what the procedures, and to me, what the procedures in which you do things, how you go about it. And, the policies, just like what John brought up before about the points or whatever. I've never known us to be giving points to people who are not, don't even have, is not licensed. But obviously, someone said that we've been doing that. So that goes to, it's some inconsistencies there.
go ahead, Seth, and then me.
I was just going to state that our rules are our rules. Everybody knows that OAC. The policy is what the Bureau decides how they're going to interpret the rules, with which they're required to actively participate with us on anyways. So we can't change a policy without active participation to begin with. Anything that we have to turn in to the Bureau, anything that any operator has to turn into the Bureau has to have a policy, and they have to actively participate with us on it. So this is to change what we have to turn into them, so we don't, again, the interpretation of them sending us separate emails, it's not a change of policy, it's a change of actions in furtherance of the policy of notifying us. We say, this just says, if they want to change whether or not they have to notify us, we have to have that 2 weeks beforehand as opposed to doing it on the fly. Not how they interpret the policy, but how the policy is written.
But Yvette just said a whole other thing for policy, that it's how we do things. It's how we go about it, which is changing like the email, giving the points. I mean, the thing this morning was a change of policy. It was, our policy before was that we didn't give points, or we did give points for training. We changed it this morning that we do.
Madam Chair?
So, it was a change of policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
By our very discussion this morning, that is untrue, because John was not giving the points when other places were giving the points. So we didn't have a policy. We have everybody acting in a different manner. There is no policy.
I was unaware. I brought it up because I was unaware of how we should do it. I didn't even know what the policy was. I wasn't following the policy, quite honestly.
That wasn't.
I was using my best interpretation of what I thought, and then I wanted to basically get it so we did it consistently.
What, Madam Chair?
Yeah, Yvette first.
We never used to do that. So I don't know when, like you saying, when did that change? And that's an issue with the way our selections are being done. You have this group of people doing one thing and there's another group of people doing something else. But again, it's how you proceed. And I think that having this put into place will help us all be more informed. And I don't see why it has to be a problem, as long as we put in there that if there is an issue that comes up, like if it's a week before the meeting, we said we want this 2 weeks in advance, but say if there's a week before the meeting, something else comes up, we're not saying that we can't put this in or get, or act on it. If it's an emergency, why can't we put that in our bylaws or whatever, as far as with a certain amount of votes, we can open that up and discuss it, or do, you know, do whatever we need to do.
Hold on, just, I lost track. Did Seth have?
I believe it was me next.
Okay, yes, go ahead then, Frank.
To John, that wasn't personal about you in any way, but it's just going to the bigger point that, yes, you have your interpretation of our rules. I have my interpretation. Yvette has her interpretation. A policy would say, you don't have an interpretation. This is what it is. So that's the difference. So if we're going to change policy, it should be in writing. But what we're discussing with the points for statewide, that's not a policy, that's an interpretation of our rule. And that's something that should be cleared up in policy. If there is if people are misinterpreting the rules, then that should be cleared up in a policy that says, this is our rule, and this is how we have our rule. This is how we apply this rule. We're saying those two things should be in writing before we decide on it.
Frank, man.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm sure I have a question, and Christie, do we still have an operator resignation policy?
I think built it into the.
I think we built some of the rules too. And so, and that's where I think we had a site attachment policy at one point, and we had the resignation, and they went away when we built it into the rules.
Dave?
Okay, so my first thing is, the language says, prior to any vote of the OVRC to accept or reject a new rule or policy, or to amend an existing rule or policy. It doesn't say you can't change, but if you're going, and it sounds like if you're going to amend something, it would need to be in writing, which, that's a good thing. And I would actually like to know where we find any policy that we have in place or that's being practiced. Where is that in writing? We should not be, any policy that's implemented that we're currently going by should be in writing somewhere. Nothing is valid unless it's in writing.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, Chris first, then Dean.
I would like to maybe try to get out of the weeds of the semantics about the definition of some of these terms. I think the real objective here, as members of this committee feel that if there's an agenda item to be discussed and there's supporting documentation available from the state agency, that should be shared with the committee in advance of the meeting. And I don't want to argue the definition of policy, procedure, or some other term. I think that the real issue is that sometimes complex documents are developed by the state agency, which we're not familiar with the terms of in this room. And so that there is a responsibility to share that information in a timely meeting, a manner that allows this body to make informed decisions. It's really the question of if an agenda item is, if an item is on the agenda and a decision is called for, that the state agency has a responsibility to provide the supporting documentation. And I would also suggest 2 weeks is kind of a heavy burden for them. Maybe you could cut that in half to 1 week, and that's still plenty of time for people to have a chance to read something. But that second factor, I think, is by the point. I think you could simplify this. If you would just say any item on the agenda of the OVRC for which there is supporting documentation, the state agency should supply that documentation with a specified term prior to the meeting.
And actually, that's in rule already. They're supposed to give us, if I remember correct, they're supposed to give us anything that requires the active participation of the committee, they're supposed to give us ahead of it. Am I wrong with that?
No, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that's right. But I think, again, and Chris, I think that's not I think what we're talking about and what's very confusing right now is, yes, if we know that something's on the agenda, like like a BJA that affects a lot of people or something like that's disseminated. And I think I could have disseminated that earlier, that BJA. But I think that the question is what comes out of OVRC and active participation organically, like today, like the thing about how we apply points. Well, Seth, I hear you. You don't think that that's a policy. It's how you interpret rules, but yet some other person could say, no, that is policy. And I think that that's the question, because we're doing something, how we implement it, how we implement rules, whether it's a formal in writing policy or it comes out of a motion. That's where, am I getting this right? That, like, what, I'm trying to.
I think that's where I'm confused too.
Madam
Go ahead, Seth.
There is no policy if it's not in writing.
So,
That's
so what we
just
motioned
basic.
today about the.
We didn't
points.
change policy today. We didn't change policy. Policy is still that we follow our rules when doing a bid, and we give 2 points if you've been to a statewide in the last 24 months.
So when have we changed policy that isn't a rule? I guess that's my question, that isn't not an extension
Because the
of-
rule, we didn't change the rule.
Right.
The rule's OAC 3304,
Right.
121, whatever. We're not changing that. And if we do change that, we have to go through more than just
Right.
2 weeks. We understand that.
Right.
So, but what this motion is to make sure that when somebody walks in here today and says, I sent an email out 13 hours ago and you guys have to decide on it today, or catastrophic things will happen, like we'll have to go to arbitration. I mean, that kind of stuff needs to stop. And that's what this is going to take care of.
No.
This is going to take care of us not coming in here and being forced into decisions on things that have great consequences. But yet, again, we sat in here this morning, we discussed this thing, and only 2 things were discussed about in a 9.
But that's not a policy or a rule, that's a settlement, that's a legal settlement.
I understand that. I understand that.
But, Madam Chair, as far as the settlement concerned, we have been discussing how to, and issues with Right Pat and all that kind of stuff. So that was an ongoing thing. Then they finally got to, and we participated in that. And we finally got to a solution to where both sides could agree. So, Seth, that's why I felt comfortable that I think moving forward was the appropriate thing, so we can avoid the arbitration and all that kind of stuff. And again, we only meet once a month, so it wasn't time for them to go back and fix it and go, we gave them our recommendations. But again, this here, I think that it just makes, I agree with Dean on, because I think it makes us more better representatives of the people we represent. If we have more information, get more information on stuff that's presented, potential motions or whatever it is we're going to be discussing. Because a lot of times, some of the things that's brought up into this meeting, you don't know about it or hear about it until we come to the meeting and we have to vote on it right away. Unlike Right Pat, we didn't know that this is what the Bureau was trying to work on, to come to a settlement.
Madam Chair.
So, hold on, I'm going to speak and then you, Seth. I'm going to say, I agree with being as informed as possible. If we can get something in writing ahead of time, by all means, that's the best way to go about it. Most especially rules. I don't think there's any controversy with the rules themselves in this discussion today. When it comes to policy, we're not even agreeing around the table what that is. So who's going to police this? If somebody makes a motion to say, okay, we've had this discussion, I want this changed, whose job is it then to say, oh, nope, that's a policy, we can't discuss, we can't change that today, or nope, that's not a policy, it's fine to go through. I think we're getting stuff, we need to have a definition of what a policy, if we can't even agree. Seth has a very strong opinions on what a policy is, some of the rest of us do. Until we define what that is, how are we going to know how to do this?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Seth.
First of all, to Yvette, I'm using Wright Patterson as purely an example. I'm not attacking anybody for their vote on Wright Patterson.
No, I know.
It's just, I'm using that as a perfect example for what we're talking about now. 13 hours notice. Again, a policy has to be written or it doesn't, The IRS, no other government agency can just think something and make that something that someone else has to comply with. It has to be in writing. So any policy that we have to follow as an operator is written by the BE program. So that's your definition of policy, what the BE has written down as to what we as operators have to do. Doesn't matter what it's about, it's just, it has to be in writing from BE. Christie cannot decide right now that we're going to have a policy where everybody has to give her $1 every day. She cannot do that. It has to be written down, and it has to be actively participated in, and we have to all agree to it, or we have to accept it, and then they write the policy for how they run the program.
Madam
But
Chair?
if Christie came in, if Christie came in and said, I'd like to propose this, and we talked about it, and we all voted on it, to give her $1 every day, I don't know why we would, but if we did, we voted on it, was it a policy before we voted on it, or was it a policy after we voted on it?
It would be neither.
Madam Chair.
See, that's where I'm confused, and that's your opinion.
No, neither one is written down, so it would never be a policy. It's a thought. It's a thought that we should do this. And all this is saying is when we have that thought that we should do this and put this in where we're going to give $1 out of everybody's set aside to Christie, because that's what she says, that has to go through some form and procedure where we agree to it. And all we're saying is when she comes into the building 2 weeks beforehand, 1 week, 4 days, whatever we finally decide on, she has a thing that says, you guys should give me $1 because I'm great. You know, that's what we're asking for. We're asking for it beforehand. But when it comes down to the interpretation of points, the interpretation from what Johnny was talking about earlier, both of them are right and both of them are wrong. And it depends on your point of view. And if we want to take that point of view out, we need to write a policy that says that the person has to be a operator in order to get this. And we can do that in policy, or we can do that in rule. But to change that from the interpretation basis that we have now, we need something in writing. And what we're saying is that thing that is in writing, whether it's a rule, whether it's a policy for how everybody must act, needs to be in writing before we vote on it.
So then we should amend this to be a written policy.
Okay.
So that we differentiate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, there is no unwritten policy. There is no legally, as to, if the gentleman's still here, I don't know if Mr. Chance came back. There is no unwritten policies. If someone has to comply with something, especially from a state agency that holds control over the people in the program, if we have to comply with something, they have to show us what we have to comply with. And it has to be in writing.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, we have the rules, and they're broad. They're broadly written. If we had policies and procedures for every single rule on how they are implemented, which is what I think you're suggesting, we would have, so many. And that's where I think that I'm just very confused on this, where, again, I don't understand how you can differentiate between what we decided earlier today on how we're interpreting, how we give out points for selections, and versus, that's part of the rules, but it's not in the rule, and it's not a separate policy, and it's not written down. And there's a lot of things that we talk about. Now, I do think things are memorialized by active participation, by the minutes that Chris does, by motions, and then I'm just confused on what would dictate a need for a policy and procedure versus not a need. And there's...
Madam Chair.
That's right.
Dean had asked for the floor. I apologize, Dean. I should have let you before.
It's my turn?
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to, also throw out, whether it's a rule or a policy, if it's in writing before the vote, it makes it harder to play with the policy, change the policy, modify the policy, because it's in writing. And again, I'm all about anything that's going to be pushed on all the operators. I want to represent them. I want to hear from them. I want to know how to vote on on whatever the vote's going to be. That's my point.
Madam Chair,
Yvette first.
that other, who's down there said something before me.
It's okay, Yvette, I'll go after you.
You know, I think that this doesn't have to be as complicated. If we make a motion, like say if we made a motion about doing something that we want to maybe potentially change or do differently or be clarify it. Why can't we make the motion here? We may not vote on it right away. We put it, you know, we can put it into the next meeting or whatever to say this is what we're going to discuss, you know, and have a vote on at the next meeting. No, can everything be done that way? Maybe not. That's what the, you know, make sure we put some type of addendum or something in there to do it. But I think as far as even the points, most of our rules geared towards a licensed operator. You know, I think everybody can agree that most of our rules is referring to a licensed operator. So I don't know where when we start practicing giving points to people, to potential licensed operators. I think that that's an error, and on if the committee approved it, or error on the Bureau's part, whoever, because we should not have never done that. Because most of our rules is, we are bound by our licensed operator following that. So I don't know how, but we were able to do that. And all it does is murk up our selections when we do that.
Okay, Seth?
To that point, if we had a selection tomorrow, and someone went to statewide last year that was not a licensed operator yet, and Derek says no, and I say yes, that they get that points. And then what recourse is there from the BE program to say that you cannot do this, you cannot give the points to this person because of what? So it's not in our rules. Our rules don't state that you get 2 points if you attend a statewide. It doesn't say you have to be an operator. It says you have to be an operator to apply. But it says in the last 2 years if you attended a statewide. What can the BE program do to an individual operator that defies that thought that we had that isn't in writing? That's where the policy comes into effect. Our rule is that we have to give 2 points if you've been there. That's our rule. Our policy is right now, because we don't have a policy about it, we have the idea of the individual person, and that's what we're saying. When we decide to write that policy, then that policy should be written out to people before we decide on it. I mean, as another example, no offense, Chris, but our last meeting, we had, I think, one motion, and that motion was being entered wrong because of a miscommunication from all the discussion around the table, where the motion was originally written in the opposite of what was proposed.
No offense,
we got
sir.
it fixed and everything, and I'm just saying that that's another reason why to have it in writing in front of us before we do these things is a wonderful idea.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, Dave.
I don't think the intention of this, and I don't even know how it would do it, but certainly the intent is never to handicap or handcuff the committee on anything. I think the intent was that going forward, any policies rules are obvious, but any policies or anything like that going forward that would apply to everyone, or everyone would be expected to comply with, would be in writing. And any policies that are not currently in writing are unenforceable, because they should be in writing in order to be implemented.
No, I absolutely agree with you, Dan. I think the intent is very above board. Dean brought this up. I think his intentions are wonderful with this. And I think there's things we can do with our bylaws to do it. But the thing you just said that I don't, that the intent isn't to handcuff the committee, but I'm worried that it will. I agree that the intent is not to do that. I'm just worried that it will.
But Madam Chair, can you explain to me how it would possibly handcuff the committee?
Because I think we could get into an argument whether it's a policy or not. Whether it's I think somebody could make a motion and someone else say, well, we can't vote on that because it's a policy. And we can say, well, is it a policy? And then we can spend an hour debating whether it is a policy or not, and whether it can even be talked about. I think it can handcuff the committee in that somebody who has this idea, and we talk about it in the meeting, and then everyone does agree it's a policy, well, then someone has to write it down, and we have to wait another month to meet. Someone has to write it down and make sure it's out there for 2 weeks for people to see, where it could have been handled, if it was a fairly simple thing, it could have been handled at the first meeting up front. There's my worry.
Well, my response to that is, I don't think that would really be a problem. And even if it was, it's not like the committee couldn't revisit this same amendment and change it again, or amend that amendment. You know, it's not an unchangeable thing that is being proposed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
This just precludes us from voting on something that's a spur of the moment and sitting down and understanding what we are voting on. It does not preclude us from discussing anything we want to in a meeting. It doesn't preclude us in any way. It just says that if we're going to change a rule, which obviously we already have everything we have to do to change rules, so that's a redundancy in this. But when it comes to the implementation where BE program says that you have to do this, right, because this is what we say you must do to fulfill this rule, we need that in writing. We need to know what the things are that BE is requiring us to do before we vote on it. That's the whole point of this, is something that we are required to do. And if we are required to do it, then BE should have the forewithal to bring that in writing to us beforehand, as opposed to in the middle of a meeting. Say, we're just gonna change it, and you guys are going to start doing it this way, and we'll get to the paperwork later. We want the paperwork first. We want to know what we're going to do. This 35%, we started out as one thing and it wound up as something completely different, even though it's not what was brought to us at the beginning. So, I mean, these are all things that we should be looking at, and that we should understand that when it comes to BE enforcing a rule on us, they enforce the rule by way of policy that says this is how we enforce this rule. We want that in writing before we vote on it. Before I tell everybody in Zanesville and for everybody else in the state, because we represent everybody, that you must start doing this now. And I understand why you must start doing this. And I want to know why before I vote. That's why I voted no on the two things today, because there wasn't enough information for me to make a vote.
Sally?
Madam Chair. Seth, I understand what everybody's saying, is that you want to be well-informed to make good decisions. But we're not the only ones who put stuff on the agenda. And so I can't send you something about the statewide points because I didn't put it on the agenda. So I can't come with a policy. A lot of times we don't even get a heads up about what a certain agenda item is, if that makes sense. So I think it would have to be everybody, whoever puts something on an agenda is gonna have to come with some sort of draft or put the backstory in the agenda, something like that.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
That's the same for us too. The only notification I get from this agenda is the one you guys send out. I don't know what's on the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
like, my thing about the points, we only had the selections on Monday 4 days ago. I had no time to put anything out. I just found out about it myself and felt it was important to bring up during this meeting so we didn't get ourselves in trouble with bidding. That's just my point, just nothing.
All right, so we've had a good discussion with this. There's been some talk about, you know, things that people brought up about changing this amendment. Yvette made the motion, or no, who made the motion? Dean made the motion. Dean made the motion, Yvette seconded. So we have a vote on it as is. Or, you know, we have a motion on it as is. If anyone wanted to propose amendments to it, we could talk about that and bring it. We'd have to come back though, because we would have to, ironically, have it out for 10 days in writing before the next meeting. Or, as the motion stands now, it is as is.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Dean, I would like to make an amendment in case of an emergency decision that we are able, by vote, able to vote on something, I will agree.
Yvette, can you get mad and yell?
So so this is
Just to
a,
make it for emergency purposes, you know, if something
Oh,
comes to
yeah.
our attention.
And I'm with you.
And we need to go and vote on it
Madam Chair.
immediately, that we can act.
so this motion would not apply in cases of,
Well, no, we can't, well, we can, but it's not gonna be passed right now. John, go ahead and then.
Honestly, Yvette, you're just putting more obscure language in. What's an emergency to one
Wow.
person may not be an emergency to another.
that was my
person.
question, exactly.
And if-
I mean, then we're gonna have to clarify what's an emergency.
Well,
And if we do amendments to this language, then we cannot vote on it. Well, we can vote on it, but if we vote on it, it's as the language was presented today. We cannot change it today and vote on it today, because language has to come out 10 days before, you know, for a bylaw change, has to come out 10 days before the meeting. So it's either going to be voted on as it was written, or if the vote got withdrawn to try and tweak it more, then we would shoot for the next.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have that right, because I believe we have to put 10 days out for a proposed amendment for discussion. And then we've had the discussion, and it doesn't say anything whether, just because we discuss an amendment doesn't mean that it doesn't change. We can have the vote on the proposed amendment.
You want it reread?
Ironically, isn't this what you guys want though? I mean, if we're gonna if it is agreed on that language needs change with this, we haven't decided that yet, don't you wanna see it in writing?
Madam Chair,
That's what the
Madam
rules
Chair,
say.
I want to offer two things. One, related to what Yvette was talking about circumstances where there's a time-sensitive topic that needs to be resolved. In Robert's Rules of Order, there's a concept called a motion to suspend the rules. And that is when the deliberating body, by common consent, says, we understand we have guidance in our bylaws that suggest we operate in this way, but because of the circumstances, we're going to suspend those rules in this particular situation. That has to be done, you know, and usually that's done with a pretty hefty margin, like a 2/3 margin or something like that. Secondly, I do believe there's a substantial difference between a document that hasn't been shared in a timely manner versus a topic that has been fully vetted in open discussion. What happened here today is, first, I'm presuming that Dean submitted his motion to you, and that was distributed in advance of the meeting today to meet that 10-day standard. So that being the case, I don't believe that now that the language is out there and it's being discussed in open forum, that there's any problem with people in the room comprehending any tweaks that might be suggested. For example, Yvette's suggestion that perhaps there be some consideration for topics that are time sensitive. So I'm going to suggest to you that you don't want to kind of get too legalistic about the policy to have things come out a week or two ahead of the meeting versus any edits that are made during open forum. In open forum, everybody's got an equal footing on how to understand the issue because we've all been here as part of the discussion. Versus something coming out, 13 hours ahead of a meeting and there not being an adequate time for people to become informed about the topic before they have to make a decision. And so those are two kind of different sets of circumstances. One, everybody's got an equal chance at understanding the information to support the decision, and the other one where people don't necessarily have adequate time to get the information to support the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So are there proposed amendments to this specifically, or, you mentioned the emergency thing. What would the language look like that
And
you
you
would
don't
like
have
to
to
have?
Madam Chair, you don't have to use the word, emergency, but, just what Chris, referring to what Chris said, that we put that in there, just in case, just like the situation, time-sensitive situations. Just like we were talking about at Wright Pat, wherein it's going to arbitration on Tuesday, that was time-sensitive.
Okay, what is the proposed language? Because we have to have it, we have to know what we're,
Madam Chair,
Right.
may I propose, as far as language, that this, I don't mean to jump in, but just, I just wanted to bring this up, that this policy would not apply or could be suspended in matters that the committee deems time sensitive. Something along those lines?
it's just bylaw, not policy.
Or this bylaw, I should say, bylaw.
But,
I apologize.
and by majority vote of the committee.
Yeah, majority vote, yes.
Simple majority or?
So,
Valid question.
we'll have to have someone come back with the language.
I'm going to say that the bylaw, I would just say that the,
Because this is actual language going in, you know, we're, need to
Madam Chair,
treat
we
this
haven't
like.
seen if the sponsor is willing to amend it.
Yes,
I would say.
Once we have the actual language,
Once
that
we
was
have-
gonna be my next question.
So as far as the actual-
He was willing to amend his motion to allow that. But I think before he does, he needs to actually hear it read with the amended language.
So I was going to say, so Madam Chair, may I suggest that the policy could be suspended in cases where a simple majority deems a matter to be time sensitive? I'm just throwing this out there. I mean, that's. I'm just trying to support and vet.
Oh, no, you're being helpful. And I would once again say bylaw, not policy. We don't-
Well, I meant bylaw. My brain isn't working today. It's Friday. That the bylaw would be.
This bylaw may be, there may be an exception to this bylaw, or could be an exception. for
Yeah.
person.
That an exception.
Yes. That's
Exception, that might be better.
a good term.
I would like to just throw a suggestion for the language in here. So it says prior to any vote by the OVRC to accept or reject a new rule or policy or to amend an existing rule or policy, the OVRC members must receive the proposed language in writing at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting where the proposed rule or policy is to be considered, with exceptions being made for time-sensitive matters that, and actually I might just leave it at that, with exceptions being made or may be made for time-sensitive matters.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, you're back.
No, I was just gonna ask Dean.
Go ahead.
How did that sound to you, or is that, you know, part of what, you know, I think that achieves what the objective.
And I didn't finish reading, but I left the rest of it unchanged, other than that extra sentence.
Okay, yeah, but could you say it louder again? what you
No,
were talking
I
about?
was just saying that I believe, does this, I think this achieves your objective
Mhm.
of making sure that we have information in a timely manner in order for us to make more informed decisions without hampering us when the something comes up that's time sensitive.
May.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
As Mr. Johnson pointed out, one of our first bylaws is that we will run our meetings in observance of Robert's rules. And as he clearly stated, we can suspend the rules in cases of emergency by a majority vote up to. So this is already covered in our bylaws. This is a redundancy. No, the amendment for the, in case of emergency, that being added to this language already presented is a redundancy because we already have the ability to do that under Robert's rules.
So are you proposing the amendment or not proposing the amendment? Yes. Because you made the motion.
That was Seth.
Yeah,
No, Seth can't.
I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was
So,
once.
Dean made the motion, and then there was discussion of this possible amendment.
Yeah, I'm good with that, you know. Again, my biggest thing is the thing that's pushed on all the operators. It's gotta be in writing, so I can share it with them before the vote.
Can't you just make a
Madam
simple
Chair.
motion along those lines instead of just going through our bylaws? I don't know,
Madam Chair.
I wanna make it a bylaw.
Well, Madam Chair.
Okay, absolutely. Go
For the
ahead.
committee behind you.
I can agree with Dean because we do, again, it was pointed out today about what's happening on our selections committee, of the inconsistencies of some of, so I think making it a bylaw is true, but since, which he just pointed out about Robert's rule and Chris pointed out, if it's there already, then I don't know if the amendment is necessary because we already have that ability under Robert's rule.
Well, Madam Chair, I will say, we have the year, and I don't know what that reason would be, but I could, you know, if I sit here long enough, I'm sure I could come up with a situation.
Trusted service.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mark, I'm sorry, I think you had asked for.
I'd like to think that our constituents that put us here at this table know or think that we can make the right decisions for them, and if not, we're not gonna be here next time around.
Well, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do agree with Jeanine and Yvette, and I even do this. When there's something big coming up, I'll do a meeting where I get operators on the phone, or, you know, or if it's an in-person meeting or on the phone or whatever, and I will listen to their feedback because I need to hear what they have to say so that I can make an informed decision and vote the way my constituents want me to vote.
Okay, so, we still gotta go back to this issue. We had a motion made, we had a seconded to adopt this amendment to our bylaws. And we've had some discussion on whether there would be an amendment made to this amendment for the time-sensitive circumstances. Dean kind of said yeah, sorta. Yvette kind of said yeah, sorta. We need to know, is the motion going to include that time-sensitive statement or not?
Madam
And
Chair.
Dean, that's, you made the original motion.
Yeah,
So do you want it in there or do you not want it in there?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Yvette, are you fine with the amendment to
I
that?
am.
Okay.
If necessary.
So what the vote's gonna be is with the time-sensitive circumstance put in there. Dave, can you read back one more time what you, because I thought your language was pretty good.
Yeah, so it would read, prior to any vote of the OVRC to accept or reject a new rule or policy, or to amend an existing rule or policy, the OVRC members must receive the proposed language in writing at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting where the proposed rule or policy will be considered, with exceptions being made for time-sensitive matters. This does not preclude the active participation of the OVRC and the Bureau of Services for the Visually Impaired in the drafting or consideration of possible policy or rule language.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I would like to propose also to amend it to state, you know, maybe 4 days, 1 week, as opposed to 2. Because I believe a lot of people made a lot of good points that it's a long lead in, and we require 4 days from the BE program to provide us things before a meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't disagree with you, Seth. The only issue, I think, is Dean was trying to allow time for the representatives to be able to reach out to their people, to have that conversation.
Exactly.
And get feedback. I don't know if it needs to be 2 weeks, though, maybe, I don't know if it needs to be a week, but I understand what he's trying to do there, though, and he was trying to give the reps and alternates enough time to talk to people, talk to the constituency, and get their feedback. And, but I hear what everybody else is saying about 2 weeks as well. So I don't know if there's a medium in the middle, but I'm open for a suggestion of, I don't know that 4 days would give us enough time to do that, though.
Are you suggesting an amendment? Sorry about that.
Well, I think we could probably pull it off with 1 week. Be tight, but it should be able to be done. Well, was it 2 weeks or
It's
10?
2 weeks, yes.
Oh, okay, I thought it said 10 days.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Dean, how do you feel about that, a week?
I'd be okay with a week. Yeah.
So let's add that to our amendment.
Okay.
If we can, a week.
Okay, so this proposed amendment would be,
We're adding an amendment to the proposal.
that's the proposal, the amendment to Dean's amendment.
Ending the initial motion. Changing 2 to 1.
And Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I do agree with
2 weeks to
Sally
1
on
week.
that. Whatever we put on the agenda, the Bureau can't just be the only one being held to put whatever we call into you, putting on the agenda, you should be requesting that we come with some information and evidence or whatever it is we're wanting to put on the agenda in order for that to be put out. That will, I believe that will resolve all the onus being put on the Bureau and, and help us keep things moving along as which you're concerned.
Yeah. It addressed some of them, but I still think it's very murky, and I think we're really could be handcuffing ourselves. But go ahead, Dave. and then we're gonna-
I was just going to point out, I really think this is something that should have been done a long time ago. But in order to be a substantially better representative committee, we should consider putting potential motions out for circulation amongst the committee people prior to meetings. This, like, mumbling through potential motions, shooting from the hip, so to speak, with probably not the greatest of language all the time is a terrible practice. We need to be a lot more responsible with the motions we make, so that they have long-term consequences or benefits potentially, if the language is right.
All right. I agree with that too. I'm worried. All right, let's call for the vote on this one.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
could we read exactly what we're voting on since we've
Yes.
had so many changes?
Dave, you've been our
Exactly what does it say now?
writer.
Writer, as far as this,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I said writers. I was just commenting.
Okay, now go ahead, Dave, because you had that wrote down, and that was the language that people agreed.
Prior to any vote of the OVRC to accept or reject a new rule or policy or to amend an existing rule or policy, the OVRC members must receive the proposed language in writing the new language will be at least 1 week prior to the meeting where the proposed rule or policy will be considered, with exceptions being made for time-sensitive matters. This does not preclude the active participation of the OVRC and the Bureau of Services for visually impaired in drafting or consideration of possible policy or rule language.
Okay, everyone clear?
Yes.
Okay. Time for the vote. John?
No.
Mark?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Yvette?
Yes.
Frank? And I vote no. So it does pass at a
Frank.
2/3 majority.
2/3,
Yep.
5-2.
Okay. Now let's talk about our virtual meetings. We do not have language. We're going to have language. I did forward out a memorandum for from the AG's office describing the types of things that we would need to have in place, the policies in place to be able to conduct virtual meetings, or where members could, show up and vote and participate virtually. So I wanted to bring that out. I hope everyone got that, was able to read that. We do need to probably put something in our bylaws for this type of language. A lot of it didn't apply to us. You know, we're not gonna raise anyone's taxes anytime soon. Or we don't do hiring. There was another big one that was in there that didn't have an impact on us. That people had to be in person for. But there was a couple things that would be on how we conduct meetings virtually. For example, according to the law, someone who intends to participate virtually must let the chairperson know 48 hours in advance. Something like that should be in our bylaws. And there were a few other things in that memorandum that we needed to do. So I wanted to have a little discussion before attempting to draft bylaws. I kind of played around with bylaws before. I didn't put that out because I didn't have this memorandum yet. But it didn't really have the stuff in it that we needed in it. So I wanted just to put that out to folks and hope we can get something in place to vote on at our May 16th meeting. So after that, we could be able to have that virtual option. So any thoughts on?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
why do it?
Well, that's a question too. We don't have to take advantage of it if we don't want to.
Madam Chair, I personally think that, yes, taking the time and energy to do this is important. I really do. And I think that if we start with people at home, do we know, everybody in this room knows what everybody else is doing because we're all in the room together. So I don't know why we would change. Why not just keep it in-person meeting? If you want to participate, they do now. The only difference is it allows votes from afar as opposed to in a room having a discussion with everybody else. I don't think that's a good change.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, Dave.
I would kind of tend to agree with that. And just based on the discussions we've had today, which just was one a couple minutes ago, that was a pretty lengthy discussion. And trying to go back and, so the intent is we're still gonna have an in-person meeting with people being able to vote virtually?
We have to have a place set up for a public meeting. What would happen is, say we passed bylaw, everything was done, and we were allowed to do this. The Bureau would still set up this room, have it here, probably sit in here, and any of us could show up, anyone, any member of the public could show up and be here in the room. But people who are voting members could be at home or wherever, maybe here virtually, and not show up and be full participants in the meeting.
I mean, Madam Chair, honestly, I feel like if you're going to be, if you want to be a voting member on the committee, you should be able to show up for the meetings. I don't particularly want someone representing me that doesn't have enough energy or motivation to actually come to the meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna throw one thing and then John. The only thing I would say, and we could make it part of our bylaws that for regular meetings, everybody comes. I'm more concerned too about special meetings, especially if we do get into rules revision. We've learned very greatly how we're not getting far.
Exactly.
With doing the rules. That's gonna take many hours, a lot of time, and the hope was that we could kind of meet virtual and talk some of that stuff out if we start doing rules revisions, where we might meet every couple of weeks for a few hours or something, to have time to do that. John?
My point would be, every time I've been on meetings virtually, you can't hear everybody in this room.
Exactly.
Some people talk quiet, some people talk loud, some are sitting close to the microphone, some are, you are not going to, if you're not here in this room, you're going to miss a lot of the conversation. Indirectly or stuff going on around you in the house, with your dog, your kids, whatever. You should be in this room paying attention.
Exactly.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Seth.
I think we should continue on with our regular meetings as is. And if we want to write in that we can have special meetings under this new law to take away the whole, we can't have subcommittee workers, whatever you want to call them, that we write into our bylaws that actually it's already in our bylaws, no subcommittee can make a vote. And then we could go back to our subcommittees, we could go back to our little committees that meet over the phone, and we could have the discussions that we want to have that are open to the public, and go there. But if we're going to vote on something, no, you should come here, you should be in the room, you should state loud and clearly what you want and how you're voting in front of the other members of the committee. And we should not take that away and make it, because, I mean, right now, you look at the board behind you, there's only, 3 photos out there, the rest of them, are they there? Or is their phone just on?
But a lot of them are phone. There's 3.
And those are photos, those aren't live, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying, but what I'm trying to point out is you have, 10 people up there right now? We have no idea if they're even there. Or if their phone is just sitting on their desk and they're in the kitchen making dinner. I don't think that's something.
You go, girl.
I don't think that's something that we should allow, especially with the voting member.
Well,
Madam Chair, I think the law says the camera has to be on.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know that that memorandum said that though, but I think the law does say that, that someone has to have their camera on if you're a voting member. But that being said, go ahead, Frank, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, Madam Chair, one thing I think we need to be cognizant of is, not all of us drive, not that I, but, I do have to get, I guess I travel on Greyhound, but I have to get somebody to drive me to Greyhound, and drive me back from Greyhound, unless I get a ride somewhere with somebody. Other people who have people who drive are, some of them have health issues, or their driver has health issues. And I don't want to, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to see us lose what I would say decent, good people who could fully participate virtually and may not be able to get here every month. Me personally, I don't like the phone video thing. I don't think I'm good at doing. I don't really do video on the phone. So I really never have. So I'll still be here in person, but I think we need to take in one of the arguments I've had with AG representatives, OVRC AG representatives over the years was, you can't do this and you can't do that. And I'm like, isn't there an exception for accessibility because of our, because of us being blind, we don't drive. I think it's over subcommittees. And I did ask one AG rep, what can we do about this? And his answer, which I don't understand to this day, if he couldn't explain it, was the committee would have to sue itself. And that made no sense to me, but he was the attorney, not me.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yay. Dean, I know I heard Dean and I heard Dave.
Okay, so I get to go first?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Dean.
I just want to say first, I really agree with Frank there, and I have had Akron Canton operators get excited about a virtual meeting, and it sounds like they might get involved with the committee now, and we might be in a situation where every district will start having, reps and alternates that actually work right there in that district, is my whole point, because people who live far, far, far away from Columbus are not excited about coming down here all the time for our meeting. And so they were excited to hear about these virtual meetings, and they now have interest in getting involved in the committee now. Just want to say that.
Yep. Dave?
I disagree with the fact that we may lose people if they can't participate virtually. If you get reimbursed for your expenses, regardless of how you get here, you get reimbursed for your expenses, and if you want to be a voting member, you should be able to get here. You shouldn't get to sit at home on the phone expecting people to vote for you to represent them when you don't have enough motivation to actually get here. If you want to vote, be in the room. And I mean, just speaking from being at the opposite corner, Frank is very hard to hear. And I feel like if we have a bunch of people on the phone and other people in the room, you're going to miss a lot of what's going on.
I agree.
Seth?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to point out that our last discussion for the amendment that passed would not have went the same way if we had a virtual meeting, because Yvette would have not have been able to second or do any of the things she did in it because she is an alternate. I think there's something to be said for showing up.
Assuming that Keith was on the phone.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that if we allow, there's something to be said for showing up. And if we're going to do this and we're going to do the virtual meeting, then priority should stay in our bylaws that if you show up, you're here. If the rep is on the phone, wants to stay at home, and the alternate shows up, and the alternate gets the vote because they showed up to the meeting to stand in front of the public and do what they signed up for. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but I'm just saying, something is to be said for showing up.
I tend to like what you proposed, Seth. If we put in the bylaws that people show up for regular meetings, have the option for special meetings to do virtual. That way, if we decide to do the rules and we're meeting every week, it's not a over-encompassing burden on anybody, but votes then would take, we could do all the discussing at that virtual level, but then vote at the next regular meeting for the things that went through, and still hold our, we'd still be able to do subcommittee meetings.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes. Is that what you would prefer?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that doesn't change anything. That continues on as the way we are, except for it allows us to now have subcommittees again, for whatever reason they got canceled for last year. Yeah, I think we need subcommittees back, because all of our problems right now are because we're sitting here. I mean, if we had a subcommittee 10 days before the meeting that wrote up the proposal, then we could do that and still be within the new bylaw that Dean proposed. I mean, there's all kinds of great things that can happen with this allowance for meetings virtually. But I think we keep it the same way, where our bylaw says that our subcommittees cannot hold votes. And I think that's great. We keep that, we rename them special meetings, and we hold them virtually, and we make the PE people come in here and sit in a room empty.
Did you
And the rest of us just call each other on the phone. That's great to do these small discussions. But when it comes to the regular meetings, I really don't think we should change it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
just, I agree with what Seth's saying. Just, it's my understanding that the special meetings, whether it's special meetings, committees, work groups, whatnot, it's still, this law, it has to be made public. Yes, I will be in this room. It will be posted. Anyone can call in. It's not going to be just 3 or 4 people like it was before. Anyone has the ability to call in.
Madam
But
Chair,
still can't.
that's great.
Yep.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry, were you
I believe
done
it
with
was
that?
Chris.
Okay, go ahead, Craig.
My question is, with this requirement that it be a public meeting, and therefore Christie's saying she would basically be here to perhaps coordinate the teams or whatever, that sounds like it would prevent evening meetings, which oftentimes in the past, what I call ad hoc committee meetings, what sometimes this committee calls work groups or subcommittees, those meetings frequently in the past have happened in the evening. It sounds like with this provision, the requirement that it be a public meeting, that it's going to have to be constrained by the availability of staff to coordinate the team's aspect of creating a public meeting. Is that valid?
So, Madam Chair, and I hear you, Chris, but it's my understanding, and I know, I think the AAG's on here, Rick's not. I'm not the expert on public meeting, but it was not you calling up in the middle or late at night, actual OVRC members here. It's a public body, so that's not, even with this new law, that you shouldn't be doing that. You can call up one person and have a conversation.
Right, we have no group.
Right, but to have a group, it is supposed to be public. And now with this law, and certain people have been made exemptions, which I think is good, I really do. Now it just has to have the availability that anyone can call on, and it's public and it can be held virtually.
But can that be, can notice of that public meeting be accomplished without the necessity that it be constrained to the hours of availability of PE staff?
It would depend, well, if they're on the, yeah, but we have to have the public area. Yeah, I would say it'd have to be during business hours,
Okay.
which most of them have been. I know we kind of suspended them some time ago, but even leading up to that, Chris, most of the work group, whatever you want to call them, meetings were during business hours. We hadn't had
Yes, ma'am,
any of them
that was my question.
in the evening for some time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Two questions. First of all, can it be a public message board on the BE website? Can we have a public text message board that anybody on the committee or anybody can get on and enter into a discussion with anybody else about upcoming rules or procedure? Can that be a message board, or does it have to be, with this new rule, does it have to be a phone call?
So again, I don't know, I'm not the lawyer, I can't answer that, like, because what they're gonna do is they're gonna go back and look at, like, I think they treat you guys just like if it's a school board, or if it's a city board, like, I don't know about message boards and doing business and having conversations. It has to be, it's my understanding that it has to be announced in advance, posted, and people have the availability. What people don't, where there gets into, and there's case law and lawsuits where, there's school board members on a golf course just talking, making decisions, or like, half the committee. And I don't know if a message board stuff would fall under a public meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what would the Bureau need?
Hold on, Michelle.
Sorry, this is Michelle Kazar.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Question when you're ready.
Okay.
What would the Bureau need to have a member of staff available? Say we set up every Friday for subcommittees, and then anybody can schedule the subcommittee that they want, but they're only held on Friday between 9 and 3, like this. We just don't have them on the week of the meeting.
So that, I think we can do, like the subcommittee, we can do, and we would have to set it up, but it's the message, that's a separate question. The message thing is, I didn't understand that.
Okay, that's just.
Michelle?
Yeah, so under House Bill 257, it has to be treated the same way as any other open meeting is. So you have to provide the 72 hours notice. As far as the camera, well, it doesn't specifically say camera. Public access has to ensure that the public can see and hear all aspects of the meeting, including the members of the public body that are participating virtually. So that's where the requirement of the camera comes on, so they can see that. So a message board would not be permissible because it does have to be live. Everybody has to be able to view it as if they were there in person.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the way we were doing work groups prior never violated the open meetings laws to begin with. I don't even know why those were stopped. I don't even know whose decision that was, other than the previous chair.
Madam Chair, it's
Yeah.
my understanding it did violate the law, and there was case thing like 10, 15 years ago, and so subcommittee was then, OVRC at that time changed it to work groups. They changed the name, but it is in law that subcommittees were not permissible because they were not made public. That is my understanding.
And when we changed the name, it was under legal counsel, the Bureau's legal counsel.
I'm sure.
Yes,
I'm
Bureau's
sure.
legal
Yep.
counsel
I'm
said,
sure.
don't call it a subcommittee and don't have a majority of voting members on the phone and you'll be fine.
Yeah, the chair helped come up with a plan for that, and there was nothing we were doing as work groups that were violating the open meetings law. I contend that was never happening.
Well, we're gonna fix it now. We're gonna do it the right way. We can work on some bylaws. Now, does anyone object, or let's put it like this, to writing, we will eventually vote on the bylaws. But before I put some work into writing these, is it the consensus of the committee that we do, like Steph's suggestion was, and I like it, like personally, that regular meetings still be required for all voting members to be in person, but special meetings and subcommittee meetings can be done virtually, with voting members participating virtually.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I like that idea.
Okay?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would suggest changing it to be that people are present, because we should put that they cannot attend, they cannot vote at a regular meeting virtually.
Okay,
They have to
yes.
be in attendance at the
Okay.
meeting, because the new law, you're in attendance if you're on a video conference.
Correct. Yeah, I'll try and sit down and write language. We won't be able to vote on it till the 16th. But I can write some language and I'll distribute it and people can, so we don't, maybe we can actually have a consensus of it before the meeting, and I'll distribute it and let people put input in and we can change things and all that then.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Are we also in agreement to leave in the stipulation that subcommittees or special groups don't vote? We're going to use it, even though we have the ability to, we're going to use these special meetings as a basically open session to discuss everything that we need to come here in the actual regular meeting and sit down and know what we're going to be talking about before we start voting.
I personally agree with that in theory. The only exception to that, and maybe it's the same thing we can do like the suspending of things for emergencies. We're saying special meetings and, we're kind of thinking about discussions or something. Special meeting could also be Berna saying this major, huge issue just came up and we need you to get together and talk about it and take action on it, right away. It cannot wait till the next meeting. So Berna has the authority to call a special meeting of the OVRC in order to deal with those things. The committee also has that authority by a majority of our members. If something like that came up, it would most likely need a vote because it's a pretty important thing. So that would be, but I think we can work that out the same way we did this other time-sensitive type thing where the majority of our special meetings, no, we wouldn't vote. But in time-sensitive emergency situations like this on a special meeting, we could.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So is the Bureau going to put out the public announcements for the meeting?
Yeah, they do now.
Well, I mean, that's going to continue, right? But once they put out the announcement, why would we be restricted to the working hours for the meetings? Why wouldn't they be able to happen at like 5 p.m. or,
Because someone has to be in here.
I'm talking about for the special meeting.
Nope, same thing.
You
It's
have
gotta
to
be
have a public meeting space.
Still has to be a public meeting. People still have to have the ability to show up in person.
And we don't want to pay overtime to be.
They get salaries. But still, we have to have a place for if somebody so chose to show up in person that they can.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
I also think, not to keep beating my own drum, but I also think that we probably, when figuring this out, as opposed to willy-nilly like we had it with subcommittees where this one met Monday, this one met Tuesday, I think we should all, as a general, get together and figure out one day of the week that we set up, and that's the day that we have subcommittee special meetings.
We can do that. I don't know that that needs to be part of the bylaw.
Well, I think to
discussion,
make
but-
sure that BE has someone available.
Yeah, I think we can do that, and that would be the chairperson of that subcommittee and.
So is it the, Madam Chair, is the thinking that these subcommittees will vote on their own separate issues and
No.
bring those back to then why are we constrained to public meetings if the subcommittees can't even vote?
Well, that was the suggestion, that subcommittees wouldn't vote. That was the suggestion, and that it would, they would bring back a
100%.
consensus recommendation.
Honestly, the subcommittee should not be voting.
Yeah.
They should be gathering information that they present to the full committee,
Yes.
void of any advice or recommendation. This is what we came up with. It's up to the full committee how to handle it.
That's why we never really voted even in the subcommittees. We've always kind of done that right. I mean, yeah, we kind of would say, hey, everyone on board with this, and people say, yeah, but it really wasn't a vote. It
Well,
was-
that would constitute advice though, so that was,
Yeah.
that was breaking open meetings law.
Yeah.
So you have to present what you come up with as a work group or a subcommittee. But calling it a subcommittee definitely makes it a public body.
Yeah, so, but we can, I think we came up with something good here.
Our own bylaws still refer to them as subcommittees.
Yes.
I think we should probably change that to work groups, honestly, especially if they're not going to be voting.
Madam Chair.
Doing that, yes.
For Dave's point, I think since these are actually special meetings, can't even call them subcommittees anyways, because everybody's invited. You don't have to be on the subcommittee or whatever we assign for certain people. Because now that these are going to be open meetings, anybody can come. Every one of us can be a part of every special meeting.
They can come, they don't have to participate. That would be up to, if there's a subcommittee and there's a chairperson of that, and they say, okay, these 4 people are part of this subcommittee, work group, gathering of minds, whatever you want to call it. Anyone can call in and listen. That doesn't mean they get the opportunity to participate in the discussion.
Madam Chair?
Yvette and Christie.
Okay. No, Chris, you go first.
Okay.
So my only concern too is that special meetings is in the law and in the rule, and there's specific things around that. And so I think that those, I don't want to confuse special meetings, which is emergency, and like the chair, or you guys can ask Berna, or Berna can ask you, and it's an emergency. I think we need to keep those as the name of special meetings. And in the law, it specifically says you guys don't get reimbursed for travel for special meetings. I think the work groups and the subcommittees, whether you call it subcommittees or work groups, I don't know, and again, you need to talk to your lawyer. We can have that same semantics, just to know though, that going forward, they will be open public meetings that anyone can attend. And I think the problem was that they weren't open in the past, and it was held virtually, and we didn't have this law. But I have an issue calling everything special meetings. I think that they're 2 different things.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, they are 2 different things, yes.
I believe, I don't know if it's in the OAC or if it's in, or whatever else it is in, but special meetings are described as any meeting held outside of the ones scheduled in July.
Correct.
So by definition, they are special meetings.
But that's of the OVRC itself.
What we're talking about, this is for meetings of the OVRC.
Right, but then
Not
there could be subgroup meetings, whatever you want to call them, work group, subcommittee. Those, we probably should keep the terminology separate for those, even though they will work precisely the same way. But a special meeting of the OVRC is us here, this body, the whole group of us.
You can go.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would just have to say that if we do that and we schedule, every Friday, every Wednesday, somebody could just drive up there every Wednesday and be reimbursed for every Wednesday meeting because it's not a special meeting.
Well, that's not a
Because
regular.
special meeting is the only one that they do not have to reimburse us for.
No, you reimburse on regular meetings.
Yes, and we schedule them beforehand, like we schedule every Friday for
Oh, yeah, we
someone
can't
to
do
be
that.
available.
We won't be able to do that, schedule them in July for the whole year for subcommittee.
You ruined my side gig before I even
Yeah,
started it.
yeah. We won't be able to do that.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes,
I do
Yvette.
have a question, and I kind of rethinking this is why it's nice, but if we get things in advance. Anyway, as far as when we talk about the meeting, so if a voting member, if we did this virtually, and a voting member, all they would have to do is to notify you 2 days in advance in order to be able to vote on our, either like our meetings such as today, what we're doing today. But what Seth's proposal was, they would not, because I just want to clarify, they would not be able to vote on our monthly meetings, but they would be able to vote in a special meeting.
No, no. From what we're all on the same page.
Mhm.
Regular meetings, the ones we schedule in July, usually the third Friday of each month, not always as of today. But everyone voting would have to show up in person. That's where the voting would happen. That's our regular meetings. And there could be special meetings. And special meetings could be done where members showed up virtually. Now, by this rule, if we did that, people, if they were gonna do it virtual, they probably would have to say, hey, I'm coming virtually 48 hours ahead of time to the chair. I don't think that needs to be a major to do other than saying, hey, I'm coming, just, I'll be on the call. Through an email. It didn't seem to be too specific that had to be done in any special way. People could come then virtually, and more than likely, we would never vote. It would be our policy that we would never vote then, but we could suspend that in, like we just talked about with the Bible thing. If it's a time-sensitive thing, if something major blew up, if Bowling Green State University came to us and said, we want you, but you gotta come next week. I'm gonna make it a positive. I'm not gonna make it a negative thing. And Verna said, oh my goodness, we need OVRC with this, and we wanna do it and stuff, and she called a special meeting for us all to get together to talk about that. Then, yeah, we wanna vote. We'd say, hell yeah, we wanna take that business. But we normally wouldn't vote under those special meeting circumstances. Then we could meet in subcommittees. Subcommittees typically don't vote anyway. I wouldn't know a need for a subcommittee to hold a formal vote on anything, to be honest.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Sally. I don't know if I made this up in my head or if this
Probably.
existed.
No, I'm teasing.
It's very possible. Was there, and was it just the rule we imposed, like, felt like there was something that there couldn't be a quorum in a subcommittee?
That's how it used to be, but now there could be.
Okay, so that's
Yeah,
not required.
that used to be when we could meet, when we were meeting, in private.
Okay.
Yeah, that we were told years ago when this whole thing blew up, many years ago, we were told by Bureau Legal Counsel, who supposedly researched it and all that, said you can still do your groups, but you can't call them subcommittees, and you can't have a quorum.
Okay. So it totally.
No.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
really nothing has changed since then. Nobody has ever been able to point out specifically what we're doing to violate the open meetings law, operating the same way since we started that years ago.
Other than that, it wasn't open to everybody.
Well, but when we were operating as work groups, it didn't have to be. We didn't have a
Yeah, they're
quorum.
saying it did. I don't know. It's,
Yeah, based on what language though?
don't ask me. They're just.
Somebody should ask. We need an answer to that.
Well, I think we're good now.
that's
We're
water under the
gonna
bridge.
fix this. We're gonna fix it, and I think it's a good thing that people can listen in on subcommittees. It would be up probably to the topic at hand and the chairperson of whether there would be outside participation, but people could listen in. So,
And Madam Chair?
yes, sir.
Just because I didn't read it, when does this take effect? The
The
new law.
law took effect April 8th, allowing it, but because we don't have our written procedures in place for it yet, we're still not able to do it until we actually do have that in place.
The memorandum, is that everything basically in the law?
Michelle, if we follow the memorandum, are we good?
That gets the high points, that really is the basics. Like I told you in the email, once you get something drafted, feel free to send it to me.
Okay.
And I will look over and make sure it complies with everything and let you know.
Sounds good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
Is this something that we could present at the statewide OVRC meeting to allow, to tell everyone else what's
We
going
could.
on?
We could, we'd have to get it out, when's 10 days before statewide? If we're gonna actually vote on a bylaw.
Oh, maybe we call it time
unless we didn't
sensitive.
vote on it, we could just kind of present it. and-
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Until we have it in writing, that, we have to do 10 days before the meeting that we
Yep.
discuss it.
Yep, so,
Then we vote on it after.
yeah, so we have to have it 10 days, when's 10 days before?
Not the 23rd.
That's,
Not much
maybe,
complicated
but
language.
I don't know. If I get something wrote and send it out and people, depending on what people say and, you know, amend, and I don't want to guarantee that because people, I might write something and everyone said, what is this garbage you wrote? And we got to start all over and, you know, I don't want to guarantee that, but we can try for it.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
If we are not changing our regular meeting and we are not voting and subcommittees, then the only thing that we have to worry about is the ability to vote in a special meeting on an emergency. We don't need to change anything else.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe, and Michelle, please weigh in, if I'm mistaken, I believe the interpretation of the law, though, is that if you're gonna have a subcommittee meeting, even if you're not voting, it still has to be open to the public. It can be virtual, but it has to be open to the public.
And I believe the 48-hour notice thing and all that would still apply.
Well, Madam Chair, what I'm saying is we don't have to, we already have subcommittees in our bylaws. So we don't have to change anything to have them held in the new law. So what I'm saying is if our bylaws already have subcommittees, if it's an open meeting, then we're not changing anything. And our bylaws already said we don't vote in subcommittees. So I'm not sure what we have to change on.
Michelle, do we have to have written, because I was under the impression we had to have written policy on how we were going to comply with this. Do we actually need to change our bylaws?
If you're going to do anything virtually, it needs to be in policy before it begins. That is correct.
Okay, so we have to have something written down, and we can,
Madam Chair,
yes.
Chris Johnson, it's been a long time since I've participated in a work group, but if you've got 3 people and essentially the purpose of a work group is to recommend a policy or procedure, how we're going to handle the question that, or the topic that's the subject for the basis for convening this, what I call ad hoc committees, we call them work groups. And anytime you've got 3 people asked to make a recommendation, there is certainly the prospect that they're not going to have the same opinion on the matter at hand. So for that reason, it is my experience and many other, with another organization that I belong to, that oftentimes a subcommittee has to make a vote on what the recommendation is going to be. So you can have situations in a work group where, you know, 2 people feel one way and one person feels another way, and so you have to have kind of a decision on what the recommendation to the full committee is going to be.
Right, that's right.
And so for that reason, I don't want to see us operate on the assumption that there's never a vote in a work group. Because it may be that, you know, if we're making a recommendation, say, on the change in the service charge structure, and we're recommending that the service charge structure be reduced because of the inflationary pressures on our income. And one person is a fiscal conservative, and that person says, no, we need that 20% bracket. And 2 of us who love y'all would say that, no, 15% is high enough. And so then we're going to make that recommendation to the full committee. Now, the full committee can accept or reject that recommendation, but that's based on the majority within the work group. And therefore, I think you've got to have an allowance that there can be votes within a work group or subcommittee environment.
That's right, and that's what I was saying before. I said, even though it's not an official vote,
it's not binding.
It is a consensus, okay, this is what we're gonna bring forward.
Yeah, the committee process makes a recommendation from people who kind of take a deep dive into a topic.
Yes, Seth?
Madam Chair, because our bylaws state that work groups, subcommittees, whatever you don't call them, is to make a recommendation. They are to make recommendations. It's not to be decided by the subgroup that this is what you must vote on. subcommittees, work groups are to look at everything and come up with recommendations for the full board to consider. It's not to come out with one answer, this is our answer, and that's where we are. Vote on it or don't vote on it, like we did with the 35%.
Yvette, you're gonna get the last word on this, and we're gonna.
I think Chris was just referring to within a work group, subcommittee, or whatever you're gonna call, what they can, their performance of what they are allowed to do. And, as far as that, amongst themselves and their recommendations to the full committee. And,
But again, our bylaws already state that they can't vote.
All right, so I'll work on it. It may be next week before I work on it. My next invitation act. But
Madam Chair,
we'll get something.
Oh, yeah.
we'll all have a chance to.
Absolutely.
Language.
No, I'll sit down, I'll take it on to sit down and write. If someone else wants to, cool. I'm fine with that. But I'm willing to sit down
Better than nothing.
and get it started with the draft and send it and see what, I'll send it out to the committee and see what everyone thinks, and maybe we can come up with the tweaks and the amendments and thoughts and all that beforehand, and might have it out 10 days prior to statewide. Like I said, I definitely don't want to promise that.
And since the OVRC meeting is on Saturday morning, you really only have to have it out on the 23rd, not on the 22nd for the actual statewide meeting is, but rather on the 23rd when the OVRC meeting.
Right.
Right.
So we'll
23rd,
see if
10
we
days
can
ahead
do
of
that.
the 3rd.
If not,
I think
we'll
May
definitely have
3rd
it
or-
for the 16th.
Yeah, it's May 3rd, it's
May
Saturday
3rd.
morning.
That's what I thought.
Madam Chair, I definitely don't think this is something we should rush through.
Exactly. That's why I don't want to promise.
Madam Chair, even if we're not voting at OVRC, I think it's something we can talk to the whole
Oh, yeah.
body.
Oh, that we can do. That we absolutely can do.
Yes.
Okay. We have a couple other things on here to get to, and it's 2:22. Statewide updates, since we're talking about statewide. Is there anything to go over, bring up beforehand? This is our last meeting before.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so there is one issue with the hotel. So they are redoing their bathrooms.
Oh, no!
This is good stuff, this is good stuff.
But they told us about it, which was nice, because the other place wasn't even gonna tell us. So, and they are going to have a trailer that they said, like the trailer bathrooms. They're
Hey,
the nice
Jazz and
ones.
Rib Fest, folks.
Yeah, they're the nice ones, like they have at golf courses and places like that, so it's
Is there any
gonna be-
trees?
It's gonna be like a, you know, a spa bathroom, is what we're gonna make ourselves, it's gonna be fantastic.
Oh, we're gonna hold
But they
you.
flush.
Yeah, they flush, and also it's gonna be.
Running water to wash your hands.
The way that the room is, it goes right, there's a door that goes to the outside, and the trailer is gonna be right there. So, I know this sucks, but,
A men's
you know,
and a ladies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're gonna be both together.
So the individual rooms don't have bathrooms?
No, this is
No,
for
that's what I
the.
mean.
Bring some wet wipes.
Yeah, the patio, you go out, they said they all have balconies on patios.
It's just
rail out back.
Get the lake foot facing ones.
Now, while this is no great compliment to their contractor, I was there for an event on the second weekend in March. And essentially, right down around the corner from the main ballroom, there's an exit door, and then the trailer is just there on your left. You have to walk up about 3 or 4 steps up into the trailer. So like I said, you think of like outdoor concert events and so on, where basically they pull the whole thing with the truck and basically it just has fold-up steps that come down that they put in place. But it's got, 1 or 2 stalls, probably more for the ladies, hand wash facilities therein and so forth. So, they're real clean.
Okay.
And so forth.
That's good to know.
And you can always go back to your room. You can always go back to your room.
Any accessibility issue, any of our operators that we know of, or guests that have accessibility issues with the steps? That we know of? I'm not aware of any either, but I wanted well, we go back to the room, people might have to. Well, we couldn't write that, that's.
No.
She told us and we're like,
Yeah,
oh, no.
I laughed immediately, it's like, really? Madam Chair, the only other thing is 99 Spoons was going to come, but they bailed out, so that's fine.
Okay.
There was the.
Ice cream.
vending.
Oh,
So
I
not like
know.
something we would have had a lot of, but.
No.
Yeah, I know, well, they were gonna do samples, I'm sure. We should get like graders to go. Yeah.
But Madam Chair,
Yes.
Lindsay, did we get more operators that signed in?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
Madam Chair, we used all of our rooms. So, yeah, there was a couple people who we at first told them like we ran out of rooms, but we got everyone that signed up has a room.
And the
yeah, we used
drivers
everything.
and all that?
And all those rooms have
Everyone's
bathrooms,
good to
right?
go.
Yeah, and
Yes,
the room
sir.
for the drivers and all that?
Yep, yep.
And balconies,
Okay.
just in case.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did I understand that you're turning operators away? Or, no, you've got rooms for everybody?
Rooms for everybody, yep.
So if somebody else were to want to go, they would not be able to get a room? Or-
They would have to, I don't know about the hotel themselves, if they have more rooms available, but like we blocked off 60 rooms for us. And all 60 of the rooms are done. So yeah, registration is already over. So if anyone at this point would ask, then yeah, I mean, they would have to get the room.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what about if we wanted an addition, like on Thursday night?
Thursday night is, I mean, yeah, Thursday night is booked. If they wanted to stay Friday, I mean, no, we're done. Yeah, we have everything with Deer Creek. So at this point, yeah, you would have just taken too long. You would have to try to fend for yourselves.
And I think you should make this clarifying point, please, if you would, Lindsay. It wasn't obvious to me, at least. As I understood it, that the registration includes Thursday night and Friday night. So if you're concerned about arrival time on Friday morning, you don't need to be because your room is covered for Thursday night.
Yeah, unless specified other, which I think only 2 people are only staying one night. Everyone else is staying the 2.
Madam Chair, is
Yes.
the thinking will be back downtown next year?
Madam Chair, probably not. I highly doubt it because the way that we have, just the way that we have to get the contract it's a lot of red tape trying to find hotels. When we put it out the way that we did last year, Sheridan was the only one that applied. So we have contracts with state parks. So what would be cool is if we could go to different state parks around Ohio. We can obviously talk about that more, after this statewide, see how this one goes. But yeah, I mean, that would be amazing if we could go to different state parks around the area.
I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Frank had wanted something.
I had an operator, Madam Chair, I had an operator give me a call and wanted to ask about this. With this being so off the beaten path, some people, it doesn't sound like, are going to be able to make it or have transportation issues or challenges. And the question for ministry was, is there anything our agencies could do to reimburse them if they do spend money for transportation to attend? And I did say I don't know if there's a mechanism for that. But then the other question I have, if they could, if they have a way to provide documentation for paying for their transportation, is there a way we could either let them write it off on their monthly operating report or something along those lines? I'm asking a question, I don't know the answers, but I think I don't know how many, but I think we have some people that aren't coming due to transportation because of this place being, well, I've had a few people tell me it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I haven't been there, so I don't know. But I do know, if somebody's coming from, and I'm just using a general area, coming from Cleveland and they use Greyhound, for example, the closest they could get would be the Greyhound from there on North Wilson Road, and then they would have to arrange other transportation from there to wherever this place is.
Exactly.
I was asked to bring it up and discuss it, and I think it was a valid point, so.
Where am I going?
Go ahead.
So, let's go back. Going forward, we can put out an RFP. We absolutely can. There's not many hotels, when we looked, that have all of our needs. There's like literally one, like we could go to the convention center, which we were at years ago, and there was like a little spot for the dogs, and parking was a pain. There's not the availability, and so we're not limited to just going to state parks from the future. What I'm upset too about, and I'm trying to breathe, is that I don't want transportation to be the issue, and we've put on everything. If transportation is going to be a barrier, call us. We will try to figure something out.
Madam Chair, yeah, I think, and I don't know, it's too late for this year. Well, the rooms are already booked, so it kind of is. But I know one of the things we had batted back and forth is when you were having this in Columbus, people, got themselves, like Frank said, to the Greyhound station in Columbus. And so we batted around, if that's the barrier, we would be willing to, one, carpool people from Greyhound down there and back, and or if they had to take an Uber or something that help with that from the Greyhound point to the park. So that is something that we would entertain. Again, I don't, because registration is closed, we're probably out for this year, but, I'm not gonna say that for sure, but it sounds like things are pretty wrapped up. Lindsay's got meals and everything pretty wrapped up tight. But certainly, going forward, if we end up, being in this situation again, whether it's Deer Creek or somewhere else that's not, easily accessible from the Greyhound station, I think we
Madam Chair?
And one thing to answer too, yes, people, if they do have expenses with transportation, that is a allowable expense. That's what I was going to say. Okay.
Madam Chair?
I think that in the future, we can budget transportation costs. We didn't this year, but we could in the future. But yes, they should be able to write that off on their MOR. And we tried to make sure and communicate, and I know, Lynn, you did, about, and I know we've talked to some Columbus people. I don't want this to be a barrier, transportation. We'll get on the phone. I've got staff that we'll figure something out.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I did communicate that in a lot of my emails, that if transportation is an issue, please call me and let me know, because I had multiple operators letting me know that they would be willing to carpool, things like that. They knew people that would be willing to carpool. So there was definitely opportunities, but I never heard word that there was any issues with transportation. No one told me personally.
Okay,
Madam
Chris?
Chair, please.
Hold on, Chris?
Sabine, yeah.
And then-
Yes, Saban.
Chris.
Yes, I just wanted to comment, like, a place like Deer Creek, it's in a pretty rural area, to be honest. Is there even rideshare available in places like Deer Creek that are out in fairly rural areas like Mount Sterling, Ohio?
Madam Chair?
I will say yes, because I put the address into Uber just to see, and the time when now, is it consistent? I don't know, but I did put the address in just to see if Uber was available, and it was.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
I live in a rural area, Chris. I have no problem like getting an Uber from Cleveland or Akron to take me to my house. I definitely have a problem, like after 8 p.m., I can't get anybody to come get me and take me into Akron or Cleveland. The issue might be easy to get there, it'd be another issue getting back.
That was my concern, and Madam Chair, that was actually a question I had about even with carpool, because you might have people that would go from Dayton or Springfield or what have you, but not necessarily to Columbus Greyhound station, but they might go to Springfield or Dayton or whatever. So it's a matter of, okay, I can get there, but where are the providers, where are the drivers going to be able to pick me up? So.
We have a couple other things too.
I apologize, but
no,
that's something I wanted to
good
bring
points.
up.
We want to make sure people get the statewide. Chris Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Personally, in my vehicle, my wife is driving, we've got 4 licensed operators, including myself. So I encourage people to step up. Okay, I had a friend contact me today, Jim Devis, and he was asking about himself and a fellow named Mo. I presume Mo is a trainee. So there's two people who need help. So if you're traveling to Deer Creek and you've got a sighted driver and a couple extra slots and I'm just encouraging people to step up. It's not that hard to be kind. I pass.
All right, and there was someone over there, Dave?
Madam Chair, yeah. I was just, I'm not sure how we went from downtown Columbus to someplace way out and about, but I think going forward, proximity to transportation should be at the top of the priority.
Well, let's see how this works out this year. Well, I'm sure there'll be some, looking back on it and seeing how it went.
I don't remember everybody getting together and saying, yeah, let's do this, as opposed to
Oh,
a
yeah.
hotel that everybody can easily.
Oh, no, we talked about this in a committee meeting and,
Madam Chair.
we absolutely did.
Madam
So,
Chair.
yes, Seth.
I would just like to request the amount of the 60 rooms that are for operators, not their drivers or any member of staff or anything. I'm just curious. You don't have to give it to me now. If you could email it to me, it'd be great.
She's looking it up.
Oh, she's looking it up.
And so, Madam Chair, we come up with the number of rooms we need based off of participation in the previous year. I know that, and we upped it this year.
53. Madam Chair, there's 53 rooms for the operators. Well, I guess that doesn't include drivers, so yeah, give me a minute, I'll get it to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Before you leave.
whenever you can.
Well, like, we have room for our driver, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah.
And I mean, so that there are some that requested specific rooms just for drivers.
Yeah.
I would almost like to see that amount compared to the previous year.
So. Okay, well, she's looking that up. Real quick, any questions on the management reports that the program put out? Okay, I just threw it on there because I just wondered if I'd give people a chance to look at them, and if you had a question on anything that that Sally Orville or Lindsay had put out,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My only question about any of it was, weren't we supposed to be getting those on the Monday preceding the meeting?
At one point, that was
like
the case.
Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yes. That was.
We are 1 second late on MOR submission. It's late. We might need to put them on pit for sending reports late.
Technically, that was.
It's getting close to the end of the day.
It really is.
I do have an answer, so there's 47 rooms for operators, only 5 were for drivers, and then the rest was staff.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the 60,
All right.
there's about 2/3 of the operators in the program right now.
Pretty close, yeah. Because we only have 70-some operators.
Right.
And some of them are, that's working operators. Some of them are licensees, I'm sure.
Well, there's some like Patty's staying in the campgrounds, I'm staying with Sheila in the room, so there's more there that's not showing up on the rooms.
Yeah, and I said I'd share with Jim.
Yeah, if you have to.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Nepotism, I tell you.
Mike
Nepotism.
and Julie.
Oh, yeah.
Fraternization.
All right. I have on here the rules discussion. We kind of hit on that a little bit, and so I don't know. We're probably going to, once we get the virtual thing set up, if we want to have special meetings to talk about rules and all that, we do need to do that. There are some big flaws in our rules that need to be addressed, and we are kicking that can down the road. We're as bad as Congress here doing that. So kicking it down the road and just not getting it done. But I'm real hopeful once we can meet virtually, that we can spend a little more time on that. And then we're down to anything else.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
some issues at our favorite university.
Bowling Green.
Oh.
Woo! Go back.
Woo!
Oh, no.
I mean, the University of Cincinnati.
That place.
So, I guess there's 2 or 3 items. The first thing is, I guess I will say Pepsi continues to be a problem, and, you know, the operators were continuing to go back and forth with Pepsi, and they were copying UC, the grantor, because UC holds the voting rights agreement, and I believe the hope in that was to tell, you know, what UC would see how bad these situations are and maybe take some action to address it. That hasn't happened. But in the meantime, I guess one or two people, I don't know, at UC complained that some of the responses from operators were unprofessional. They did get a reminder email from Area Manager Orville Sharp. One of them was Patrick, the other one was Dave, saying that, you know, a reminder of professional manner. It wasn't disciplinary action, but it was saying, you know, don't respond like this, basically. And it also went on to say that going forward to address service issues or have service calls with Pepsi, you need to go through your business consultant. So my concern here is I am concerned that we're not gonna let blind operators advocate for themselves. That's number one. Number two is that UC didn't like the communication, I guess, between the operators and Pepsi. Yes, you know, operators are very frustrated because they can't get anything fixed, and then even when machines get replaced, or Pepsi brings in a different machine that's refurbished, they never work. And when I say they never work, I mean they don't work at all. And there's multiple, you know, there's issues there with that. So I don't want operators to feel like they can't stand up for themselves. If they're getting bad service from a service provider that they're a direct company of, they need to be able to communicate that to that company. And I also know sometimes operators can say things that State of Ohio employees aren't allowed to say or can't say. Anyway, I did share the email that was sent to Patrick, and I shared Patrick's response with committee members so that everybody could see it. I hope everybody got to read it. It is just complete and total frustration with Pepsi. The one thing I'm going to say, if we're going to send emails like that to operators, on the flip side of that, I would like to know what management's plan is to hold UC accountable, to get them to hold Pepsi accountable, and to get this fixed. In contrast, spoke with Dean Hamilton last night, and he got to talk to Jeff Squibb, who's an operator at the University of Akron, and they have a Pepsi voting rights agreement. And Jeff Squibb communicated to Dean Hamilton that he couldn't be happier that Pepsi does an awesome job. Stuff is fixed, it's fixed quick. If they get new machines in there, they're in working order. There's no service issues or maintenance and repair issues that are let, you know, for 3 and 6 months. So I do hope that management has a plan to address these issues with the University of Cincinnati, and in turn getting UC to get Pepsi to do what they need to do. That's going to be hard because there is a voting rights agreement, and I recognize UC gets money from Pepsi. You know, I don't know how much, but I'm sure it's substantial. So that's problem one. The other issue was, there was back in June, I guess it was June of 23, a request for hot fresh at Marion Spencer and for the robotics room. Well, a lot of time went by from June of 23. And the target date when it came out was fall of 23, and we all knew it wouldn't be ready in fall of 23. And it wasn't ready in fall of 24. I believe in January of this year, UC was saying the room was ready to bring, I guess, a snack and pop. And I think our program did take machines down there to install them, and the room still wasn't ready. And then we didn't have an assigned operator at that site yet. We did put that out, I believe, in February, and I think it closed, I don't know the exact date, in March. Seth was the only applicant, so he was awarded that location. I believe he went to look at it prior to applying for it, and the room still wasn't ready. The doors locked, and I guess if there's any machines in there, if I understood correctly, Seth said those machines are empty. So what happened then is Judy Higby, one of the contact people at University of Cincinnati, sent a letter within the past few weeks saying, hey, because you guys took too long with this timeline, we have decided that you have refused this opportunity, and we're going to go with a different provider. I will say, we never waived it, we never said we wouldn't do it. And I believe we need to, in some form or fashion, respond to that and say, hey, we didn't waive this, and we are going to. Dave and I have been talking to Orville about, maybe a frozen machine there to provide hot food. We also had an intricate discussion about we need to define what service or what products we will provide instead of letting UC come to us and go, well, we want sushi or something like that. Anyway, I don't even know if this lady had permission to send the email that she sent. But my concern and my concern is we need to push back. Yes, it does need to be done professionally, and try and tell them, look, we can waive this. But, and the other point I will make, yeah, that is a long time, but they're still not ready. The room still isn't ready, so I don't know what their issue is with our timeline when theirs is right there with ours. So I don't know what prompted that is there unless they made a deal with somebody or something like that. There was a third issue there, and I'm sorry I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. And Dave or Seth have more to add. I would appreciate hearing from them as well.
Well, Madam Chair, one of the main issues with these market point, what they're calling them market point locations, is they're in dorms. Well, at least mine is in a dorm, and the other one, the outside doors after hours are locked, so you would need a badge to access that building. And then the door to where the vending machines are literally, it's either on the other side of the wall from the hot food cafeteria, or it's within visual distance of the hot food cafeteria dispenser's case. But the doors to the vending space are locked with a hard swipe as well. And that drastically impacts sales. There's no point in putting locked vending machines that are individually locked themselves into a locked space. But I don't have to tell you how unfriendly to sales that's going to be. And there's no reason to restrict access to that. And the designs are so poor that the only priority that's afforded anyone there is the space for the bigger machines that don't actually have priority to be there. Our machines barely get enough of a footprint to have a small stack and a small pop.
All right, we got a couple different things going here.
Oh, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
First of all, no offense, Frank, the request in June of 2023 was not for hot and fresh food. The request in June of 2023 was for a yokai machine, a Max Pizza, a Farmer's Fridge, and like 4 others. In fact, they go so far as to say a pharmacy machine, and then give a link to a specific pharmacy machine brand and say we would be willing to take a different one in this place. So they only singled out one machine that they would be willing to negotiate on. That's first of all. So it was not a request for hot and fresh food. It was a request for specific machines to go in a room. Second of all, my problem with this professionalism email. In both of the emails sent out, to the best of my recollection, it is stated that both operators have said that if Pepsi is not going to uphold the pouring rights, then we do not have to abide by it. And both operators were told that was unprofessional to do that. But yet, no mention is made of Pepsi not upholding the pouring rights agreement by having broken machines, by not repairing the machines properly, by having dirty machines. I mean, the unprofessionalism in this goes a lot of ways, and to single out operators for saying, wait a minute, I mean, I didn't get the think about that for a second. I didn't get the unprofessional letter. So it's not making a whole lot of sense that we have these. I've had numerous machines delivered broken. I have had one Pepsi machine that worked off the truck. One. And I had to wait. That sat on their dock for 4 weeks to get a hole cut in it for a card reader before it was delivered and worked. And you're talking to us. We're getting emails. Well, some of us are getting emails about being frustrated by that. Monday, my delivery was canceled.
And Madam Chair, a board finish that out. I haven't had a single refurbished replacement machine that has been fully functional when they dropped it off the truck, not one. And the ones that are in place are covered in 10, 15 years crud, and they're failing, and they look their age. And, you know, the university, according to Pepsi, the university is responsible to, well, Pepsi just refers to the customers are responsible for cleaning and maintaining the machines. We just loan them out. Well, I just inherited these machines through the transition in March of last year. I do not get paid by Pepsi to go scrub their machines that got 20 years of dirt on them. The newest machine on that campus is at least 15 years old, and the oldest is probably 22. And the transition to the operator providing the vending service should have never happened prior to an updated BGA that actually references the drink. Right now, we're under a BGA from roughly 2006, I believe, and it makes no mention of drinks because we didn't have them back then. This is such a mess, it'll take ages to get it resolved.
Go ahead, Sally.
And Seth and Dave, I hope you've also told everyone that Pepsi and UC offered to do a walkthrough on campus with each individual operator to talk about these problems, point out any issues you're having. It was with their equipment team, it wasn't just Matt Merchant. So, I mean, you've gotta also try to help yourselves here. That's a perfect time.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
We're not gonna get.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's directed to us personally. Allow us to respond.
I will allow you to respond, but we're gonna respond in the same tone that Sally used.
Condescending, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Hold on, Vern.
Madam Chair, yes, we were offered to do a walkthrough, and what we need to tell everybody else too is that our meeting with Pepsi and with UC, with first one with the equipment management team, said, well, maybe you're just overloading them. Maybe, no, all of ours work, they pass inspections, they work off the truck. We say they don't, and so why, again, we did work with them. I did the walkthrough with Matt Merchant. We walked around and every machine that he switched out didn't work.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, Vern, I had the floor first.
Oh, I thought I did.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
So we received communication from UC about their concerns. And that is what stemmed the email to you and others about unprofessionalism. We received a complaint, we're passing on a complaint from the grantor. It's informational.
That way, I think and Dave, I'm gonna give you the floor here. I think the big issue here that we need to address today, the professional, that's between the airman and the operator. I don't know, honestly, that there's much the committee can do about that particular thing. But I'm gonna say, and hold on, Dave has the floor after you. The Pepsi issue does need to be there, that needs to be absolutely addressed. And we do need to have to come up with a solution for that. Dave?
Madam Chair, in February, we had a meeting with Pepsi that included, I believe Tanya was on that call, I believe Scott was on that call, UC and Pepsi, and me and Seth. I don't remember if Pat was on there or not, but that phone call was just nothing. There was Matt Merchant, who's the key account manager. I don't remember his name, from their equipment service team, and some other lady who I can't possibly remember her name, and I don't remember her position either. But anyway, the call was just riddled with excuse after excuse about why their machines were in the state they're in. And so a offer of a walkthrough to replace 20-year-old failing and cruddy machines with more refurbished 20-year-old failing machines that work no better than the ones that they're being replaced with. That's not an offer of cooperation or any kind of resolution. And where are we with a BGA that encompasses the beverage service on campus? It's not like that happened overnight. That was probably 18 months or more in the making. Where is the BGA that actually addresses all of it?
this is one issue. I read what you put out, Frank, but what wasn't put out was what the actual letter was. So if for us to form an opinion about what the actual letter that was sent to UC and Pepsi, for us to be able to comment on is very difficult because you're not being told the whole picture. As far as the issues that we have, that's not nothing new with issues that you have with the companies and all that. Now, maybe Pepsi, I don't know if they have an agenda of why on one part of the state or some colleges you don't have an issue, but in this area, this specific Pepsi distributor, is it out, where is this Pepsi distributor, out of Columbus or Kentucky? It might be something particular with this going on, but I don't think that we resolve it by getting the grantor getting the grantor upset with us when we are the ones trying to fill it and resolve fill the machines and do our job, but we make the grantor an enemy, alienating the grantor. I don't think that's the way to go about it. I think
okay, I'm sorry, Yvette. I thought you were done.
Yeah, Yvette, I will just say that the reason why the operators were copying UC on it is because UC has the pouring rights agreement with Pepsi. UC is the entity that has the authority to address the issues with Pepsi. That's why they were doing it.
Madam Chair, I know that, I understand that. That's just the way it works that's just the way it is when we bid on it.
And then I do know that at least one operator wasn't against doing the walkthrough. He wanted to do it after school was out. That was Patrick. Patrick, he wouldn't be able to do it while school was in, but sometime he actually gave a date after May, such and such date, and I don't remember if he would be available either to do a walkthrough, or he suggested that one of the UC contacts actually do the walkthrough, and we might be able to do the walkthrough in his place. So he wasn't against it. He didn't know if it would solve anything or not. But it is an issue, and I wish I had a solution to solve it. I don't know what that is, and I don't know how our agency needs to approach UC about it, but I do know something has to be done to try and get this situation to be resolved and much improved, so operators can make.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. I'm gonna say something real quick, and then we're gonna, I'll go around. I'm gonna say, the big issue here obviously is Pepsi. The Bureau's responsibility, yes, is to work with UC. They are the holder of the Bureau grantor agreement, and make sure that UC is holding Pepsi accountable. That being said, it does harm our operators, and this is the big problem. All this other stuff is minutia with that. Pepsi is obviously the big issue. Just because something didn't work in the past, because somebody from Pepsi gave a lot of excuses and didn't do their job in the past, doesn't mean we just put up our hands and say, well, they're not going to do anything in the future. If they're working to try and do this walkthrough thing, and maybe they'll bring more machines, will they work? Who knows? They may be just as bad as the ones going out. They may not be. We don't know, but we have to let them do something, because what's happening now obviously isn't working. And the other thing is, I think working with the operators as a group, each operator has their own concerns, their own issues. I think they need to be on an individual basis to find out one operator was willing to do a walkthrough. Maybe other ones aren't, but the solutions have to be come up with. If it's a walkthrough of different people, maybe it'll work.
Madam Chair, it's not.
Okay,
It's the
not.
very person that gave us all the excuses in the
Okay,
February
it
meeting.
sounded like it was different people.
It is not. It's the
Okay.
very same
Madam
person.
Chair, I was next.
Okay, go ahead.
First off, I never refused to do a walkthrough.
Okay,
In
good.
fact, I'm willing to do the walkthrough, and school will be out in several weeks anyway, so there will be a little more time to do it. But like Pat pointed out, we don't have endless amounts of employees to go do probably, a useless walkthrough when Pepsi's just going to give us a bunch more excuses. Now, actually, what I want to do, I will do this walkthrough, but I request that Orville, a company through this walkthrough, because someone from the Bureau should see the state of these machines and hear these uses Pepsi gives. One of the reasons I copied the grantor is exactly what somebody already said. They are principals in the pouring rights agreement, and we have no VGA to hold UCE to anything. And they get between $300,000 and $400,000 a year from Pepsi for support funds and things like that. They have no reason to rock the boat. They are not going to hold Pepsi to account, and they haven't. They've been nearly completely silent.
Well, I do agree that the Bureau should accompany, whether it's, or probably should be Oracle, accompany on these walkthroughs. And I think the Bureau needs to be appraised exactly where the equipment is and hear for themselves what Pepsi says needs one. And I also believe that somebody from the University of Cincinnati should probably be part of it.
100%.
So, yes, Bernard.
Madam Chair.
And then
There has been a visit to UC by Orville and I believe Christie.
Did they walk through with the operators, with the Pepsi machines, with Pepsi and UC participation?
I know that UC was there, I don't know who the operators were, but we can do it again with the operators and Pepsi and UC.
That's what needs to
We are
happen.
engaged, we are willing to do that.
Okay, the Bureau needs to go through and see the issue and say it says, I got you. It needs to go through, see the issue with all parties there. That way these emails of pointing fingers saying who did that, and then on both sides, I'm not saying any particular person, but UC says this, the operator says this, the Bureau says that, Pepsi says this. All four parties need to do this walkthrough together. Will it solve everything? Who knows? But that's what needs to happen. Seth?
Couple
We're gonna
things
start
to
winding down
unpack.
here.
Thank you. First of all, and I have two questions, so please don't move on after this. Who did you contact as to, how did you set up which ones you went to see? Because I wasn't contacted to tell you which machine to go look at.
Sure. Madam Chair, we weren't there to look at machines and their conditions necessarily. It was a site visit. It was a site visit. And
So it doesn't have anything to do with this. Okay, I
so,
got you.
but I will tell you what I observed. I was expecting to go down there and see a lot of like very old, and every machine I saw was working, but I didn't see all of them and I didn't see the problems. Why I think it's important for the operators to be there, and yes, Orville can come, we can be there, UC should be there, but we need the operators, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys are the ones that have the keys to be able to get in there and to, get into the machines to show Pepsi. Without you guys, can't open up the machines.
Madam Chair?
That's why you can't see 50% of the problems.
Well,
Right, that's why we're gonna do this.
Why weren't we asked, first of all, when you guys were doing your site visit walkthrough? I mean, I got an email from Orville saying this machine looks great. That's wonderful. That's a great machine. It is now. It was dropped there about a year ago, and it's had 4 months. Broke down off the truck. But it's a beautiful looking machine now because they recovered the front. You open the door, it looks like crap. But it looked great on the outside. And my second thing, I'm sorry, Dave, but I cannot believe that everybody at this table has just passed over that UC told us when we or how we will accept our priority. That UC is telling us right now that because we didn't answer something that they asked, that they're going to take that as a waiver of our priority, and nobody at that side of the table has done anything, not even email.
Madam Chair?
Hold on, Dave first, and then get back.
I can't believe nobody is interested in an answer. Where are we at with an updated VGA? This should have been at least on the table for circulation at least a year and a half ago.
Madam Chair, it was sent, and when Demi was here, she kept following up. She's since left the agency, but we can certainly have legal follow up again.
And our lack of answering anything isn't a lack of caring, it's dealing with one issue at a time.
The removal of our priority should be our first issue.
Right now, the Pepsi, I think.
Seth?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody overlooks the issue because we were just talking about the Pepsi delivery and all that. And again, UC has the pouring rights, and we understand that. I did not miss that, Frank, either. But I still think working with the UC and making sure that we keep all our correspondence professional, and if you have to take pictures and send them
Madam
to our
Chair.
connections of what's down, what's not working.
There's-
Where they could be aware, labeling what's not working specifically to them, but in a professional manner, at the same time emailing the state on those locations. I understand our time is short, but, you know, I hear some of the communication is, well, I'm not gonna waste, you know, my time, you know, I don't have time, you know, I'll wait to this and that. If we wanna get to a solution, and you need to get it to solutions, because I know it can be very frustrating dealing with suppliers, and I'm not so sure if this Pepsi distributor is not intentionally doing some of this, because it seems like it's kind of over the top. But are we adding to it by reacting the way they want us to react? You know what I mean? Because it doesn't seem like they're doing
Madam
anything
Chair.
different. And as far as the contract, as far as what the letter that they received, I think we've been talking about UC forever. Are we there to, as far as they can take back, say, yeah, we'll provide frozen food machines or something? Or because they, as you said, Seth, they had in there all these different types of machines they wanted us to provide that was not a great idea. But have you all discussed something that we can provide?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Dave?
A couple of things. First off, the idea that we're all being unprofessional with the grantor is ludicrous. Nobody has said anything negative to UC people. And I actually responded to the professional reminder that I got. And I copied the secretary on it, and I would like that included as part of the minutes since we've had this discussion.
Absolutely.
I would also like to see the complaints that came from UC, and if those can't just be sent to me, then consider it a public records request.
I was gonna say, do a public records request. That's not an issue. I don't think we should be spending our time. The actual issues of this Pepsi, I think we have a solution, at least to start with, of that. We have this issue now with this waiving of the priority that has been brought up. Yvette asked a legitimate question. Has there been a plan put forward?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I've been requested if I'm willing to do hot, fresh food or whatever. And I said until the priority issue is taken up, I will not say yes or no to it. But I took a $25 pop machine in ROTC to keep good relationships going. I'm not throwing crap away because UC is being unprofessional or Pepsi's being unprofessional. This is just, it's a ludicrous statement for us to be sitting there talking about whether or not we want to put a cold frozen machine in the room that I don't even have access to. I don't have physical access to part of my facility.
And it sounds like it wouldn't be good for us anyway.
And Madam Chair, it's terrible for the committee people to sit here and start criticizing operators like we're the ones in the wrong here.
No, nobody has criticized.
Madam Chair.
That's the way it sounds.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Dave, if you took it that way, and Seth, that you're taking it that way. But Frank put out a email stating what the Bureau did and UC's response and all that. I said in the beginning, we never saw the letter. We're discussing something. We never saw the letter that was sent to Pepsi or UC to say if it was to have an opinion about it either way. Okay, we're just basing it on what you all are saying, what you all received from the Bureau, and all that. I'm on this. I feel like I'm in support of you. If you can't access a room that you supposed, they can't complain about something you can't access. But I also know that we've been discussing this over and over again. You see asking for these things. They're the grantor. They can ask for this stuff. We do have priority, but you all got to realize that's not something that can't be changed. You all are willing to put the facility at risk for saying, I'm gonna wait until this, I'm gonna wait until that. And then we get this letter here recently stating, oh, we're gonna move on. Well, we don't wanna waive our priority on anything. that we can clearly possibly probably do. So all we're asking is, have you, the consideration of, you know, the best thing to do is we meet together in the middle. So how can you meet this grantor's request somewhere in the middle, as far as even the state going back, fighting with them with Pepsi?
Madam Chair.
All right, Dave first, then Seth, then we're gonna wrap up. because
First
I
off,
know that we're gonna
the
have to
Bureau
start
hasn't
this.
done anything. We basically, they have abandoned all three of those facilities with no BGA in place, and they never said a word, no matter how much we complained. My consultant even went so far as to work with Matt Merchant, excluding me from that process, to install she replaced a working Dixie Narco 600 and had Matt bring in a 501E that randomly changes the prices in the machine to $99.95 per bottle. And I have no way to know that until I see the sales stop. And there was zero follow-up on her part. I mean, to suggest that we're the ones that are unprofessional is crazy.
Madam Chair, I was next. Ma'am, I was next.
It's after 3
Ma'am.
o'clock.
Yeah.
I need to get on the road to Canton. I am giving my staff permission to leave right now. We
Okay.
will continue to follow up on these issues, work on Pepsi, work on priority issues, work on relationship issues. But right now, we need to end this for our part. You all can stay here and discuss as long as you want, but we need to.
I'm glad you gave us permission to do what we
Yes,
really
thank you.
need to do.
Thank you for giving us permission. That is you guys are here till 4. We pay your salaries. Literally, we pay your salaries. Good luck getting back to Canton. Hope you have a nice trip.
All right. Is there?
Again, the Bureau is allowing a grantor to decide our priorities. And can't even say anything about it right now. It's just, it's a shame.
I don't think that's what the case is, and our priority is important, but all I'm concerned about is us making sure that, especially with what's going on in the state of the country right now, putting our priorities at risk by pushing, yes, they need to defend our priority, but we also
Yvette,
need
with
to
all
be
due
careful.
respect,
No,
ma'am,
hold on a
with all
second.
due respect, they sent a letter that said, you not responding, I will take that as you waiving your priority. You will not receive this opportunity again, but you can keep the snacks and the pop in the room.
Okay.
That is what happened, and I'll forward you the
Continue
email.
the discussion
I'm sorry, I thought we were
as a meeting in session, or we can adjourn, and people can have cross conversations all they want. It's
Yeah.
gonna be one or
Adjourn it,
the
please.
other.
We can adjourn.
Yeah, let's adjourn.
Okay, are you making a motion to adjourn?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
we
make
never
a
need
motion.
that, we're just adjourned.
Okay, that's an ad, and
Yeah,
Seth probably
the
seconded.
Bureau adjourned it,
Seth, okay.
remember?
Well, they are leaving, they are not members of the committee.
They're not leaving, they're going to their offices.
Yeah, they're not members of the committee, so,
Yeah, thank God.
so we stand adjourned.
They have enough actors on the committee.
Push that over.